Thursday on June the 20th, first day of summer. It's the time and place set for this meeting of the Zoning Board of Adjustment to occur, so I will now call the meeting to order. I would first of all like to introduce the staff. On my left, the lady in the orange, I guess, is Joella Thomas, Senior Planner. And on Joella's left is Aidan Dennehy, Planner. Directly across from Aidan is Julia Crane, Planning Director. And on Julia's left is Ella Prigge. She's an intern working at the planning office this summer. Is that correct? Okay. And now I'd like to introduce the Zoning Board of Adjustment. On my far right is Brian Higgins. Next to Brian is Tyler Schaefer, Stephen Coe. On my left, sitting all by herself, is Shanna Adams. And my name is Dave Wing, and I will be chairing the meeting tonight. So the first matter we have on our agenda is a special use permit application by Joseph Ballas or Bayless. Is Mr. Ballas or Bayless present? Or representative? Okay, that's good. Yeah, if you want to come up here, first we'll be listening to a presentation by the staff, and then if you keep your eye on the screen and you get an opportunity to speak after that. So do we have a presentation? Will it be your initial presentation?
Yes, we do. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We'll start off with 2301 Grand Avenue, special use 24-000004. Applicants are Joseph and Shannon Ballas. They're the owner of the residence. Their applicants are requesting to open a Montessori child care facility in an R1 single-family residence zone. The proposed use is legally addressed as 2301 Grand Avenue. Staff findings: the special use process provides for review of public input, a measure of potential impact of the proposed use on the surrounding neighborhood, and compatibility of the proposed use with the adjoining neighborhood. To provide the board with information, the applicant as well as the planning staff have responded to the established 20 questions. Professional office spaces and daycare facilities are recognized as special uses allowed in any zoning district, provided that the prescribed use is in harmony with other use permitted in the zone and not found contrary to public interest. Here you'll see the location of the property. It's on the corner of Grand Avenue and Wilson Avenue. Another aerial view, and then a picture of the actual property from the front of the location. So we'll discuss the location and character of the property and surrounding buildings. The property is located, as we discussed, in an R1 single-family residence zone. Built in 1885, it sits on a 7,150 square foot parcel, consists of 2 bedrooms, an attached garage, and a fenced-in backyard. The property in question is bordered to the north, south, east, and west by single-family residences. In close distance, there's the racetrack, volunteer fire department, and 2 churches. There have been no significant land use changes in the immediate area since the adoption of the zoning ordinance. The property is located in the Greeley neighborhood plan. This area is a safe place for young families and any other residents. There's a strong sense of community, and it's accompanied by a good system of well-maintained infrastructure, including streets, lighting, storm drainage, and sidewalks. We'll discuss the proposed fencing, screening, and landscaping, as well as the proposed signs and lighting. The applicants plan to install a privacy fence on the east side of the property. All other fencing that's there has already been established. There's no plans to alter any landscaping or screening. Those are already done in a way that is fashioned for the neighborhood, a typical house in that zone. As far as signs and lighting, they are proposing a monument sign in front of the property. Staff believes this sign should not be illuminated and must not obstruct any vision clearance. The existing lighting will not be changed and is appropriate for the neighborhood. Proposed vehicle access, circulation, and parking. The applicants are proposing child drop-off and pickup to occur on Wilson Street. That's the side street located west of the property. This is to help prevent congestion on Grand Avenue and maintain safety for their clients. They will also propose staggered arrival and departure times to help keep this congestion minimal. The newly proposed daycare center's parking accommodations must be in accordance with the requirements established in 1740-900, the Table of Minimum Standards, where daycare parking requirements are based upon a number of employees and children registered. Potential nuisances. The only one we have found, or a couple, increased traffic at certain times, likely at drop-off and pickup times of day, and also playtime outdoors. However, neither of these should lead to any impacts that are greater than what is reasonably expected in a residential area. The use conforms to the objectives of the comprehensive plan and purpose of the ordinance. The property is located within the traditional neighborhood place type in the comprehensive plan. This is intended generally for residential, single-family residential housing. The neighborhood also features opportunity for higher density housing and is in close proximity to local services such as parks and schools. The proposed use will not adversely affect nearby properties or their occupants, and we'll also discuss the proposed use will not adversely change the use of the property in question. So back to that first one, any impacts resulting from increased traffic or noise are not expected to adversely affect the neighboring properties. Designated arrival and departure times being located on Wilson Avenue will help to alleviate potential of patrons parking in front of other neighboring residents or creating traffic congestion. And to the second question, although the use of the home is proposed to change to commercial use through this application, the exterior of the building will remain unaltered. Therefore, the house will remain compatible with the surrounding neighborhood. Now we come to our conditions of approval. I'll quickly go over these. 1, any remodel of the existing structure performed to accommodate the proposed business will be required to meet all applicable building code, fire, and health code requirements. All necessary approvals must be granted prior to the applicants receiving final business license approval. 2, the applicant must meet Chapter 1740 off-street parking and loading requirements. Daycares and nurseries require 1 parking space per employee, 1 parking space per 6 children. The applicants shall be limited to the occupancy level determined by the Silver Bow Building Code Department and the Silver Bow Fire Marshal. Number 4, the applicants will be limited specifically to the business as stated and approved. Any further expansion or changes or expansions to the building will require further review by the Zoning Board of Adjustments. And to conclude, based on the information provided, the board must determine if the applicant has presented evidence to the satisfaction of the board that is undue deterrent will not result from the granting of a special use permit for this daycare center. The board shall within 60 days deny or approve. And that concludes this presentation.
Thank you. Do any members of the board have any questions of the planning staff with regard to this matter? Okay, none. We do have the, within 60 days to make a decision. It seems to me it's one we could make tonight. Is there concurrence with regard to that? Okay. Do board members have any any comments with regard to this? Any thoughts?
Mr. Chairman, I think we should probably do some proponents
Yeah.
and opponents, and then we can hear from
Okay.
the
All right, I would like to, would you introduce yourself for the record, please?
I'm Shannon Ballas. I'm the owner of Grand Avenue Montessori. This is my husband, Joe Ballas, and he's the owner of the property, the
Okay.
2301 Grand.
Okay. That house was originally from Meterville, did you know that?
We did.
Okay.
We did.
I know that because I grew up half a block to the west at 2235 Grand Avenue. It was the Ocello house. And the
Yes.
Gergeriches moved it down there,
We're
I
hoping
think
to
in the
get some,
60s, I think.
we're hoping to get some photos of the house when it was in Meterville so that we can actually put those up in the
Yeah, that'd be
school.
pretty
It'd
cool.
nice.
At any rate, are the conditions of approval acceptable to you?
Absolutely.
Is there anything else you would like to add for consideration of the board?
I don't believe so. I did notice one thing on the Tillo application for, and I think I emailed you, Aiden. The Tillo application said that the owner of record was Shauna Powers, and she was the previous owner, so I will reach out to Tillo and have them fix that
Okay.
so that it shows Joe as the owner of record of the property.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Do any board members have any questions of the applicants? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anybody present that would care to speak in support of this application? Hearing nobody, is there anybody present that would care to speak against the application? Hearing nobody, I'll close the public portion of the meeting and open it for board discussion. Any thoughts or comments?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I think this one's pretty straightforward. No opposition here, obviously. We do have some concerns with the increased traffic, but they're using Wilson Street with the staggered drop-off and pickup times. I think that's going to alleviate that. Grand Avenue is a big street. I think she can handle her too. So I have no issues with it. I don't foresee any issues with it, but I'd love to hear if anyone has any concerns.
Sounds pretty straightforward to me also, but it may be something I'm missing. No?
Well, I'm gonna get crazy and make a motion that we approve special use permit 2-4, and I'm just gonna get crazy and say 4, none of the zeros. Special use 24-4, make a motion to approve.
Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded that the application be approved. We're now in a position where we can vote. Thank you, Shannon. Thank you. Thank you very much. All 5 votes are for the motion, so your application has been approved, and you will be receiving a letter from the planning staff to that effect. And good luck with the property.
Thank you.
next matter on our agenda is special use permit application 24 and 5, skipping the zeros. Special use permit application by Jesse and Catherine Dill. The Dill's present, or is there a representative?
Hi, I'm Denise.
Are you the
Horn.
representative down there?
We're Denise and Kevin Horn and family to the Dills. Hello.
Okay. Is there a presentation by the staff with regard to this?
Mr. Chairman, yes, there is a presentation. We will get started. So 455 North Idaho Street, special use 24-5. Owners or applicants, Jesse and Catherine Dill. They're proposing to locate a short-term rental / Airbnb in an existing residence. Special use application allows this according to the 1738-180 of the Butte-Silver Municipal Code. Property is legally addressed as 455 North Idaho Street. This is a aerial of the location in the zone. Here is another aerial, and then the front of the residence. So the comprehensive plan place type, this property is located in the Uptown Edge place type within the comprehensive plan. This place type serves as a transitional area surrounding the Uptown core. The Edge District blends more localized neighborhood-scale commercial uses found in the core with more traditional residential multifamily development. Staff findings. Lodging provided by a homeowner for compensation is recognized as a special use, is allowed in any residential zoning district, provided that it is in harmony with the other uses permitted in the zone and not found to be contrary to public interest. The process provided for review of physical conditions which exist at the location, the conduct and the operation of the proposed use, and whether the combination of these factors will be compatible with the proposed site and surrounding area. To provide the board with more information, the applicant and planning staff have responded to the established 20 questions. The location and character of the property and surrounding buildings. The property is located in an R2 two-family resident zone. It sits on a 3,000 square foot lot, consists of 2 bedrooms, 1 bathroom. Applicants have recently acquired permits for an extensive remodel of the residence. It's located in an area containing single-family residences in various directions. There's also a basketball court and the original head frame located just northeast of the proposed use property. Proposed vehicle access and circulation and parking. Vehicle access to and from the property is acceptable for this proposed use. Access to the front of the residence will be provided via off-street parking on North Idaho Street. There's enough room for about 2 vehicles there. There's a step in both the front and the back of the residence which may pose an accessibility challenge. We recommend that the applicants provide detailed handicap accessible information in their rental listing. Special use criteria, we'll discuss proposed lighting and signs as well as the potential nuisances of the area. Existing lighting is typical of a residential neighborhood. No changes will occur. The applicant has neither proposed any plans for signage on the property. There is a potential for increased traffic in the neighborhood due to the commercial use residing in a residential zone. However, a short-term rental should not considerably increase traffic as to what is normally expected. Short-term renters may be less concerned about creating excessive noise within the neighborhood. Staff suggests the property owner enforces a no parties in their listing. Continued with this, we will discuss the property density, yard height, and other zoning requirements, as well as the proposed use will not adversely affect nearby properties. The property in question does not appear to meet the typical setback requirements of an R2 zone. However, the dwelling existed prior to the zoning ordinance, so it is considered a legal, non-conforming structure. Any expansion to the building footprint shall be required to comply with the developmental standards of the zone. On to the next point. Anytime a commercial business encroaches into a residential neighborhood, there is a potential for the use to impact surrounding property owners. However, considering the low impact nature of this business, we believe it would have minimal impact to the area. I wanted to include these so you could see a before and after of exterior renovations and improvements. Conditions of approval for the Airbnb. The applicant shall be required to secure a state of Montana public accommodations license through the Butte-Silver Health Department. Any remodeling of the existing residence performed to accommodate the proposed business will be required to meet all applicable building code and health code requirements. All necessary approvals must be granted prior to the applicant receiving final business license approval. The property address must be visible, including past dark, and entrances must be clearly identified. The applicants shall be limited to the occupancy levels as determined by the Butte-Silver Building Code Department and the Butte-Silver Fire Marshal. The applicant will be limited specifically to the business as stated and approved. Any expansion in these plans will require further review from the zoning board. The applicant will be required to acquire a Butte-Silver business license for the short-term rental. And in conclusion, the board must determine if the applicant has presented evidence to the satisfaction of the board and said undue detriment will not result from the granting of a special use permit for the short-term rental. The board within 60 days shall decide to A, deny, or B, approve. And that is the conclusion of this presentation.
Thank you. Any board members have any questions of the staff with regard to this application? The applicant or the applicant's representative can now speak.
It's my understanding that Jesse and Katie are familiar with the conditions of approval and agree to all of that.
Okay,
And-
could you identify yourself for the record, please?
My name is Denise Horn,
Yeah,
and Katie asked if I could just read this brief memo from her, if that's acceptable.
okay,
Okay.
certainly.
Good evening, and thank you for taking the time to hear about our property on North Idaho Street. My name is Katie Dill, and my husband Jesse Dill have wanted to purchase property as a second home in Butte for as long as I can remember. My parents were both raised in Butte, go Bulldogs, married in Butte, and we still have much family living in Butte today, descending straight from Ireland 5 generations ago. I have memories as a child of my grandfather, Jim Hanley, taking me to watch his baseball team he coached, playing at the old mine yards while listening to his stories of being a miner, him making me a sandwich at the Deluxe where he used to bartend, and taking me on drives in Uptown listening to hours and hours of music. Butte has the unique ability to not only make you feel at home, but that you belong. I've been drawn to Butte so much so that I brought our 4 children here every summer to make sure they know their heritage and the importance of the roots from which they came. I value a hard work ethic, family, and the gift of storytelling. As you will come to know about the Kelly House, named after the mine my Papa Hanley worked in, is that you will see the same work ethic we put into this property. When we saw the property for the first time, it was in complete ruin, even rotten to the core. Our family thought we were crazy, but also trusted us because we have remodeled many homes in the past. But Jesse and I saw a story to tell. We saw the years and years this home had, families, history, and its very own stories wrapped within the walls. We wanted to give this home the life it once had and share it so that others may also know this unique and beautiful Irish town as we all know Butte, America. Inside the Kelly House, you'll find treasures we saved, 100-year-old wallpaper, local artists displayed, and a warm space to share with others, as they too will love this great town. Our intent is to use this property to stay when we visit Butte and to share it through Airbnb to help offset the costs of the remodel in the meantime. We are very experienced Airbnb hosts, 4.98 stars, super hosts, and guest favorites, and we expect our guests to not only enjoy Butte, but to also find a space to make memories. We thank you for your consideration. Warmly, Jesse and Katie Dill.
Thank you. Will that be all with regard to?
Yes.
Okay. I'll see if any board members might have any
Okay.
questions. Doesn't appear to be any. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is there anybody present that would care to speak in support of this application? Yes, ma'am. And if you could identify yourself for the record also, please?
Yes, I am Carol Smith, and I live 3 houses away, and I have to say the property is beautiful. It was overrun with weeds and knapweeds, and only ones that visited the place were the homeless and the mice. And I've run out homeless for years. It's been vacant, and Jesse has come in and remodeled and put so many little pieces of Montana's history into what he has done. And it is an asset to my neighborhood, and I'm very proud the way it looks and the way it is now. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, ma'am. Is there anybody else who would care to speak in support of this application? Is there anybody present that would care to speak against the application? Hearing nobody, I'll close the public portion of the meeting and open it for board discussion. Any thoughts or comments with regard to this?
Pretty much just the same as always, Mr. Chairman. I don't see any damage being done to the neighborhood. I don't see increased traffic any more than a rental would. As the last proponent just spoke about, they've already improved the property, sounds like quite well, so we can support that. I have
Okay.
personal opinions about them, but we're not getting into that, so
Okay.
I would make a motion to
Well,
approve special use.
I would like to
industrial.
first of
Oh,
all make sure there's a consensus that we
Yeah,
don't have
go
to
for it.
wait the 60 days. And we can decide tonight.
I'm
It
ready.
appears that we can. Okay, if you're ready to make a motion, Tyler.
Okay, does anyone else want to talk? Good. Okay, I'll make a motion, special use 24-5. Motion to approve.
Second.
And you seconded, did you, Bert?
I did.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Stephen. All 5 votes are for the motion, so the application has been approved, and you will be receiving, or the Dills will rather, a letter from the planning staff to that effect. Thank you for coming up here tonight. The next matter on our agenda is special use application 24-7. And is an application by Robert T2? Mr. T2? T2, okay. All right, thank you, and if you can listen to the board presentation, and we'll proceed from there.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. We'll be discussing 410 North Washington Street, special use 24-7. Applicant is Robert W. T2. Proposal to locate a short-term rental or Airbnb in an existing residence section. Per section 1738-180, the special use is allowed according to the Butte-Silver Municipal Code. The property is legally addressed as 410 North Washington Street. Here's an aerial view off of our zoning map of the property. As you can see, another aerial view, and then on the right side, what the property looks like from the front. This one is also located in the Uptown Edge Place type, as we discussed in the last property was also in the same one. So it blends more localized neighborhood scale commercial uses with more traditional multifamily developments. The staff findings are also identical to the one before, so I won't read through them as detailed as we previously did. But it is recognized as a special use in any residential zoning district. And the planning staff, along with the applicant, have responded to and established 20 questions for the board members. The location and character of the property and surrounding buildings. This property is located in an R2 two-family residence zone. It's on a 7,200 square foot lot, consists of 6 bedrooms, 3 bathrooms, and has adequate parking options. The applicant has made both indoor and outdoor improvements to enhance the property. This is located in a similar neighborhood as to the last one, containing single and two-family residences in various directions. The same basketball court and the original head frame are located just northeast of the proposed property. Proposed vehicle access, circulation, and parking. Vehicle access is acceptable for the proposed use. Access to the front of the residence will be provided via off-street parking on North Washington Street. Access to the parking lot and garage will be provided via Gagnon Street. The applicant states new parking improvements in the specified area can accommodate various types of vehicles, trailers, and is handicapped accessible. And just to note, this garage is placed just to the right of the front of the residence. So for proposed lighting and signs, the existing lighting is typical of a residential neighborhood. The applicant has new indoor-outdoor lighting was installed in compliance with regulations. No signage for the property has been proposed. This has the same potential nuisances as the previous special use we just discussed, potential for increased traffic. However, we do not see that causing anything out of the norm for this zone, as well as there could be a concern for excessive noise from short-term renters. We suggest the property owner enforces rules that do not allow for parties. Continued with the special uses, property density, yard height, and other zone requirements. This property does not appear to meet the typical setback requirements of the zone, but it was in existence prior to the zoning ordinance, so it is considered a legal non-conforming structure. Any expansion to the footprint shall comply with the standards of the zone. There is a potential for the commercial use to impact surrounding property owners, but when considering the low impact of the commercial nature of the business, we believe it would have minimal impact on the area. I wanted to include these. The top two pictures are from the side and front view of what the property did look like. The bottom two pictures are what it looks like now after the outdoor improvements. The conditions, these are going to be identical to the ones we discussed for the 455 North Idaho property. So I think we're good to pass these so I don't read them all off to you guys
Sure, that's
again.
acceptable.
And then to conclude, this will also be similar. The board must determine if the applicant has presented evidence to satisfaction of the board. The board within 15 days, within 60 days, shall either A, deny, or B, approve. And that's the conclusion of this presentation.
Thank you. Do any board members have any questions of the planning staff with regard to this application? Not hearing any. You now, Mr. Titu, may present your application. I would first of all like to know that the conditions of approval are acceptable to you?
Meaning the conditions, yes.
Yes, okay. Do you have anything further you would like to add with
If I
regard to
could,
it?
yeah, I wrote something up just
Sure, you
because I'm
bet.
OCD.
Go
Yes.
ahead.
All right, Chairman and all members. My name is Robert Titu. I'm the owner of 410 Washington. I've owned the property for over 4 years and renovated inside out, and you can see some of the renovations from the outside. I am in uniform of the U.S. Army today to show the service to this nation and serve many years. I'm from the state of Maine. I've been living out in Washington, raising my 2 kids, single dad, and I've been buying a couple of properties out here. And there was going to be a day that I was going to move out here. Well, this was my last year to work as JROTC. I served 25 years in the United States Army, serving and did 5 deployments, finished it up in 2013, and I've been a Army JROTC teacher just south of Seattle for the last 11 years.
Okay.
My kids are raised, they all have their degrees, and it's time for me to move on. I left that house yesterday. I drove here today to be here for this meeting. I have my contractors here and my real estate agent that's here, that they were gonna be here for this meeting, but I had school today, and I just told my principal, I'm not gonna be there. So, during my time as a JROTC teacher, as a single parent, basically you can see the renovations and my pride that I've actually took. I am a draftsman and a surveyor. I have a degree in engineering, and I've worked with many of different people from Butte on many different properties that I was going to pursue and to be able to work on. Then the garage was built. I figured if I was gonna move here, I needed more space to put my stuff. I don't know about you guys, but we just need more space. The garage took 2 years, along with the building permits, along with getting it completed, and then another project just conspired the past February. It was a breezeway adding in to be able to tie in the house to the garage. You see that format. Can you go back a slide, please? If you see up on that right, the bottom right, you see that area there. That breezeway is now got the metal on it and it's complete. The area that she's got that cursor in that bottom left corner is a $70,000 retaining wall. Let me tell you this. Boy, did I learn a lot to try and get that project done. But I was consistent, and I was going to get it done. I finally found a engineer to be able to get a stamp for that thing, and it started this past winter. And it's complete now, along with my contractors, doing the drainage, filling that hole back in. It was a straight-up mess. It doesn't show, but on top of that concrete wall, David has already finished the metal on top of it. It's a custom metal railing for safety. I didn't like anything that was sold, so we custom made it. All right, other than that, I just came here in uniform to show you who I am, where I've been trying to be able to get to. The day has come. I wanted to be out here in that meeting. I asked you to be able to take a look at that. This is one of my plans to be able to come and go. I have a home in Maine. I don't know about any of you. My family's from Maine, but I'm an avid outdoorsman. I want to be able to use this home. There'll be a day in the next couple of years I will be here permanently. But for right now, I'm moving from here and Maine because my family's out there. And for the last 35 years, I've been staying with my sister, and it gets old. So I got a home out there, and it is an Airbnb, okay, because I'm not out there all the time. Other than that, my name's Robert. I hope you guys can approve it. You can see that parking. You've already said that it's adequate. You could park 60 cars in there, and if you look all around that area, I don't know if anybody's in here from that area, most people do not even have 1 or 2 spots. So I really put some energy, and I think I've improved the area, and by far, I know the other homes in the area have improved because of the conditions we've done. And it's not substandard. They are high standard stuff that my contractors and myself have worked on that home. So, thank you.
Well, you did an outstanding job.
Thank you.
Some board members might have a question or two.
Yep.
Do any board members have any questions? No? Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay.
Is there anybody present that would care to speak in support of this application? Yes, ma'am, and if you could again identify yourself for the record.
I'm Carol Smith, another neighbor of mine. They are just fixing up my neighborhood, my Nanny Goat Hill.
Good for them.
And it is beautiful, the attention to detail that these men have done, the artwork in the cement. It is absolutely gorgeous. I think we need a tree or two.
No, believe me, it's coming. Let's get
But
everything done with the permits, yes.
I am so happy that he has come and fixing up my neighborhood, and I would really like to see him welcomed. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Mrs. Smith. Is there anybody else who would care to speak in support of this application? Yes, sir, and if you could identify yourself for the record.
Mr. Chairman, my name is Patrick Reardon. I'm a realtor. Robert's the real thing. I sold Robert that house, I think 4 or 5 years ago. It was a repo. It didn't look like much, and now it's one of the best, if not the best looking house in the neighborhood. I was kind of impressed when I saw Robert today in his uniform. He's got almost as many stripes as I have years as a realtor, and a lot more stripes than I had when I was in the military. But Robert has worked hard to do what he's doing, and I was going to say I think his last day in Washington was today, or yesterday, and his first day in Butte is today, so he's going to be a neighbor, and he's a great person, and I think a hero, and I thank him for his service.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Reardon. Is there anybody else that would care to speak in support of this application? Okay. Is there anybody that would care to speak against the application? Hearing nobody, I'll close the public portion of the meeting and open it for board discussion. I would first of all like a consensus that we could decide this matter tonight, and it appears that we can. Okay. Is there any comments with regard to this application? I'll make one. I think that's an outstanding renovation of the property. That is
Yeah.
absolutely really, really beautiful.
Mr. Chairman, I just also wanted to get it on the record for Mr. T2 that I have an empty lot next to my house too, if you're looking.
Go for it.
You do beautiful work. Mr. Chairman, getting back to being serious about this, this is just another case of upgrading the neighborhood to create an Airbnb, which I guess is a great thing for Butte because we always had trouble getting anything to improve in any neighborhood for the most part. So I guess so I'll be happy for that. I would like to thank Mr. T2 and Mr. Reardon for their service to our country, and unless anyone else has something to say about it, I'd like to make a motion to approve.
Go for it.
Special use, I make a motion to approve special use 24-7.
Will there be a second to the motion?
I'll second the motion.
It's been moved and seconded, and we're now in a position to vote. Thank you, Shelley. Thanks, Stephen. Mr. T2, all 5 votes are for the motion, so your application has been approved, and you will be receiving a letter from the planning staff to that effect at your new address on North Washington Street. And again, I'd like to say that's a very impressive renovation. Okay, thank you, sir. The next matter on our agenda is special use permit application 24-8. Special use permit application by Robert Lee. Is Mr. Lee present? Okay, sir, thank you. And wait for the presentation of the staff.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. We will begin our presentation. This is for 3505 Quincy Street, special use 24-8. Applicant is Robert M. Lee, proposing to locate a short-term rental / Airbnb in an existing residential zone per section 1738-180. Special uses allowed according to the Butte-Silver Municipal Code. The property is legally addressed as 3505 Quincy Street. Here's the aerial view of the property. Here's an additional aerial view accompanied by the front of the residence. So comprehensive plan place type. The property in question is located in the contemporary neighborhood place type in the comprehensive plan. This neighborhood district serves the residential needs of urban areas, primarily consisting of single-family residential housing. Once again, our staff findings are going to be identical to the previous 2 Airbnbs, so I'll go ahead and skip over this section if that's okay.
That's perfectly okay.
Location and character of the property and surrounding buildings. This is located in an R1 single-family residential zone. Built in 1964, it sits on a 20,116 square foot lot and consists of 5 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, and has adequate parking options. It's located in an area containing other single-family residences in various directions. Interstate 90 is directly east of the property, then followed by an R1S zone. Proposed vehicle access, circulation, and parking. Vehicle access is acceptable for the proposed use. Access to the front of the residence can be provided via off-street parking on Quincy Street. Access to the driveway and garage will be provided via Quincy Street as well. The applicant should provide detailed parking accommodations, including handicap access, in their rental listing. This is another view just straight off of Quincy Street. It kind of looks slightly different than the front of the residence, which was taken off of the driveway that wraps around the front. Special use criteria, proposed lighting and signs. The existing lighting is typical of a residential neighborhood, and the applicant has not proposed any plans for additional signage on the property. The potential nuisances are going to be identical to the previous two Airbnbs. Increased traffic, which should not be any more than what is normally expected for this zone. And there could be a potential for excessive noise. We suggest they enforce a no parties rule in their listing. Continued special use criteria, property density, yard height, and other zone requirements. This property meets the typical setbacks and lot size for the requirements of the R1 zone. Any expansion will be required to comply with development standards. The proposed use will not adversely affect nearby properties. There is a potential, but when considering the low impact of the commercial nature, we believe it would have minimal impact to the area. The conditions are going to be the same once again as to the other special use or special use permit Airbnbs. So if it's okay, we'll skip over these. And in conclusion, the board must determine if the applicant has presented evidence to meet the satisfaction of granting the special use permit for the short-term rental. The board shall within 60 days, A, deny, or B, approve. And that is the conclusion of this presentation.
Thank you again. Do any board members have any questions of the staff with regard to this particular application? Hearing none, you now have an opportunity, sir, to address the board with your...
Good evening, thank you for your time.
But first of
Chair.
all, before you go too far, are the conditions of approval acceptable to you?
Yes,
Okay, thank you, go ahead.
good evening, Chair and Councilman. I just want to, I never dreamt of wanting to buy a property and turn it into an Airbnb. I'm born, raised, Butte, local contractor since 2005, specialize in custom homes. This house was one of my good friends' parents' house, Jim and Margie Thompson. Unfortunately, actually as he was in the hospital passing, I got a call from my friend to go take a look at the property. The movers had broke a window, and I need to get Butte Glass in there to take a look at it. I was the one that found the problem, walked in, there was a hot water line that blew. 5 days of 95% humidity throughout the whole house. It destroyed it. There was actually talk of this house being tore down. A year and a half or 2 years of the Thompsons fighting with the insurance companies, finally came to some resolution. As a contractor, I was coming off a job late, called my good friend up and said this would be a great winter for me to get into, and is when I was informed that it was going to be sold as is. I knew the potential of the property. I figured it was going to be a great winter job, so I got in there and started doing the work. Halfway through the build, I have a tendency not to underbuild anything for a quick sale. I started doing my custom stuff. My wife informed me she wanted to move there. I live in a beautiful house. I'm not saying I don't, but this thing turned out that nice. So we came to the conclusion that A, the value of this property is going to be super hard to get a monthly rent lease out of, and I actually own another smaller property. I'm not a big fan of long-term lease, and I want access to this property. So we're considering 10 to 12 years when I'm tired of building, this will become my residence, if all things go well. Other than that, I appreciate your time, and I hope the approval can get through.
Okay, thank you, sir. Any board members have any questions of the applicant? Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anybody present that would care to speak in support of this application? And sir, if you could identify yourself for the record.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. My name is Mark Thompson. I'm the good buddy he was talking about. This was my family home that I grew up in. And my brother and I, my mom and dad had passed in 21 and 22. We didn't know what we were gonna do with the home. When Dad passed, we hadn't been in the home for a couple weeks, and that's when Rob had found the pipe had broke, and we had flooded the house, and it was in shambles. So, what I'd like to say in favor of this whole thing is that neither Scott, my brother, or I knew what we were gonna do with the home. We hated the thought of selling it to just some random person because it's our family home. For 18 months, we would walk in and see this thing in shambles because we could not come to an agreement with the insurance company. They completely lowballed us on everything. So at any rate, when I had suggested to Rob that we were gonna sell it, and he said he would be happy to take a run at it, made us happy. So both my brother and I are thrilled that Rob has taken this over. He is gonna keep it. Most importantly, I think the respect that he's had for my folks in this whole build-out. Rob took the time we had a beautiful mural on a wall, and he took the time to take pieces of that mural off to give to each of our family members so we can remember the home. So, thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Thompson. Is there anybody else who would care to speak in support of this application?
I would like to add the planning staff has received 3 additional emails in support of this special use.
Okay, that's my understanding. Is there one against it?
Yes, we received 1 email in opposition of this.
Okay, thank you. Is there anybody present that would care to speak in support of the application? Sure, come on back up.
One key point is I was privy to the information that there was an objection. I know all the neighbors now. One neighbor right next door wants me to move into the house because we have formed a great relationship. I have met the other neighbors that are across from me. There's actually 3, and the one behind me who actually comes to me probably once a month for parties, and they like to use that driveway, and I have 0 problem. I want to disturb this property in no way. The house that contested it is 4 houses down on the left, and I just cut my limit off to how many neighbors I needed to meet because I'm too busy working. The impact on this property for a VRBO, I need 10 to 12 days, maybe per month, to make this thing work, which in my opinion is going to be a lower impact than what they think of a commercial business being run out of it. If they want impact, me and my family at present state moving there, I've got 3 vehicles of my own, my wife drives a vehicle, my daughter drives a vehicle. They would probably be better off VRBO until my kids are out of the house because we would impact the street in that regard. It's a huge wide street. I do thoroughly enjoy my neighbors that I got now. Everyone that is in proximity to my house, before I even consider, one of them is the one that brought it up, that asked me told me I probably should do a VRBO, and I've talked to everyone I thought would impact the property prior to deciding we would Airbnb this, and I got their approval first, knowing that I wouldn't have any problems, and it hurts my heart to know that I would impact somebody's street.
Okay. Thank you for your additional comments. Is there anybody else that would care to speak in support of the application? No, is there anybody present that would care to speak against the application? So I'm not hearing anybody. I'll close the public portion of the meeting and open it for board discussion. I would first of all like to have a consensus that we could decide this tonight. Okay, thank you. Is there any comments with regard to this application? Okay.
Mr. Chairman, again, seems pretty straightforward. Seems like, I'm not going to say it's a huge upgrade like some of the earlier ones we've seen tonight, but it still is going to be a nice place. It looks beautiful on the outside. Traffic shouldn't be a concern. I'm in full support, but if anyone has anything else to say, I'd love to hear it.
Does anybody else care to offer any comments?
I would like to make a motion, we approve special use 24-8.
I'll second that.
Thank you, Shanna. All 5 votes are for the motion, so your application has been approved, and you will be receiving a letter from the planning staff to that effect. And thank you for coming up here tonight. The next matter on our agenda is application, special use permit application for a child care center by Danielle Bertram. And you're present, ma'am? And is there a presentation from the staff?
Yes, there is, Mr.
You're working hard
Chairman.
tonight, on your first
We're
night on the
getting
job. Go ahead.
All right. This presentation is for 305 West Mercury Street, special use 24-9, and the business is Busy Bees Child Care Center, LLC. The applicant is Danielle Bertram, owner, and on behalf of her business, Busy Bees Child Care Center, LLC. The applicant requests to open a child care facility in a C3 center commercial zone. The child care facility will utilize Suite 211 of the Butte-Silver Development Center, legally addressed as 305 West Mercury Street. Staff findings. The special use process provides for review of public input, a measure of the potential impact of the proposed use on the surrounding neighborhood, and compatibility of the proposed use with the adjoining neighborhood. Similar to the other ones, to provide the board with more information, the applicant, as well as planning staff, has responded to the established 20 questions. Daycare facilities are recognized as a special use allowed in any zoning district. And to note quick, this will have similar staff findings and conditions as to the first presentation of the proposed Montessori Child Care Center. Here you'll see an aerial view of where the property is located. An additional aerial view, as well as the front of the property. Location and character of the property and surrounding buildings. This property is located in a C3 center commercial zone. It was built in 1920, initially used as a high school. It's currently home to the Butte-Silver Business Development Center. Sits on a 20,850 square foot lot and features 4 stories, a fenced courtyard, and various parking options. This property is bordered to the north, south, and east by other commercial buildings. These include a vacant building which was previously utilized as a church, Mercury Street Medical Center, and the Butte-Silver Fire Department, the uptown one, of course. Directly west of the property is St. Patrick's Church, and that is also the beginning of an R3 multifamily residential zone. There have been no significant land use changes to the immediate area since the adoption of the zoning ordinance. And the property is located in the Central Butte Neighborhood Plan. This consists of a sustainable mix of residential, business, educational, and medical care uses. On to the next. There will be no additional changes to the existing fencing, screening, or landscaping of the existing property. There will also be no additional signage added to the outside of the building. Proposed vehicle access, circulation, and parking. The existing building has established parking locations, one on the north, south, and east sides. There's 2 handicap designated parking spaces located by the front entrance on Mercury Street. Planning staff recommends the applicant designate specific drop-off and pickup locations in order to maintain consistency and safety. The daycare will have to be in accordance with the requirements established in 174900, which detail the minimum standards of parking for a daycare facility. Potential nuisances, these are going to be the same as to the first special use we discussed for the Montessori school on Grand. Just to summarize, there could be increased traffic at certain times of the day and playtime outdoors. Neither of these should be greater than what is reasonably expected in a commercial zone. The use conforms to the objectives of the comprehensive plan and purpose of the ordinance. This location is, or this property is located within the Uptown Edge place type. This is served similar infrastructure as the core, but the edge blends more localized neighborhood scale commercial uses with more traditional residential multifamily development. The proposed use will not adversely affect nearby properties or their occupants. Any impacts resulting from increased traffic or noise are not expected to adversely affect the neighboring properties. The pre-existing parking accommodations will help to alleviate potential clients from parking in front of adjacent businesses. The proposed use will not adversely change the use of the property in question. It is already an existing commercial building, and that is not proposed to change through this application. The conditions, these are going to be the same as the Grant Avenue Montessori proposed special use conditions, so I'll go ahead and skip over those. And in conclusion, the board must determine if the applicant has presented evidence to the satisfaction of the board of granting a special use permit for the daycare center. The board shall within 60 days, A, deny, or B, approve. And that's the conclusion of this presentation.
Thank you again. Ma'am, could you please introduce yourself for the record, please?
Hi, my name is Danielle Bertram.
And with regard to the conditions of approval, those were acceptable to you, were they?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you have anything additional you'd like to present to the board with regard to your application?
I have been renting space where I'm at 211, for the past 6 years. And I'm well acquainted with the building, everybody who kind of operates out of 305 West Mercury. And I think it would be a great addition that there be a child care center for Uptown Butte.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm a nurse by profession, and I think it would be great to transform this office space into something very functional and usable and something that would enhance the community. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Pretty familiar with the building myself, having attended high school there. Imagine room 211 is what we refer to as the study hall.
Behind the elevator?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Is there anybody present that would care to speak in support of this application? Is there anybody present that would care to speak against the application? Hearing nobody, I'll close the public portion of the meeting and open it for board discussion. And once again, is there a consensus from the board? We can decide this tonight rather than wait the 60 days? Okay, thank you. Are there any comments with regard to this? Or any thoughts?
Mr. Chairman, I spent many a year in this building too. I used to have an office there.
You did, that's right.
I know that where that room is, I mean, it seems like it would be a good space for that. To me, the building doesn't seem like a good fit for a daycare center, at least in my memory of it. I haven't been there in a few years at the very least, so I don't know how it is now, but, without any opposition here and stuff, it is hard, but my concern would be, it is really close to the elevator, and maybe we need some sort of condition that we have some access control to. I'd just be nervous with kids being that close to an elevator, but also, I'm not sure when we have approvals from Department of Health and Human Services and stuff,
Yeah, it should
they
cover
go
that.
in daycares. I don't know where we are in that Are we the first step and then they come in after to approve that stuff, or?
Yeah.
Okay, so if that's probably more up to them than us, I would think. So I guess saying that, I'm in support of it loosely.
Okay.
But I would like to hear what other people have to think. So.
Any further comments from any board members with regard to this matter?
My only comment is just the need for childcare in Butte and especially uptown. So in that sense, I'm for this.
Okay. Cared for a lot of children through the years, mostly they're teenage boys, so I don't know what that means, but.
I do.
Does anybody care to make a motion? Excuse me. Care to make a motion with regard to this?
I'll make a motion to approve special use permit 24-9.
Second.
Moved and seconded, and we can now vote. All 5 votes are for the motion, so your application has been approved, and you will be receiving a letter from the planning staff to that effect, and good luck with your business. Thank you. The next matter on our agenda is conditional use permit 24-2 by Jason Bao. And that would be you, sir?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. We have a presentation?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we do. My last one before I turn it over to Joella for the night. To begin, this location is at 2121 Amherst Avenue. It will be known as Shorty's Casino, conditional use 24-2. Applicant Jason and Laura Bao on behalf of Shorty's Casino. The applicants request to locate a bar and casino in an existing building in a C2 community commercial zone through a conditional use permit. The location is legally addressed as 2121 Amherst Avenue. Staff findings. The zoning ordinance states that a bar and casino may be allowed in a C2 zone by conditional use permit granted by the Butte-Silver Zoning Board of Adjustment. After public hearing and a finding that the site and proposed development does not adversely impact the surrounding area. To provide the board with more information, the applicant as well as the planning staff have responded to the established 20 questions. Here you will find an aerial view of where the property is located, and another aerial view, and then the outside front of the property. So the location and character of the property and surrounding buildings. The property is located in a C2 community commercial zone. The 2,700 square foot building was constructed in 1978 and sits on a 16,534 square foot parcel. The parcel is paved and striped for parking to the west of the building, and a dirt parking lot exists to the east where the top level building entry is accessible. And to add, the property has previously operated as a restaurant in the past. It is bordered to the north, south, and west by other commercial structures, including a gas station, restaurants, and a hotel, and other retail businesses. Directly to the east is a single-family residence. Substantial changes in land use in conformity with the neighborhood plan. There have been no significant land use changes, and there is no known neighborhood plan for this area of Butte. The use conforms to the objectives of the comprehensive plan and purpose of the ordinance. This property is located in the transportation gateway of the comprehensive plan. This place type is a gateway to urban areas of the city and should be carefully designed to be welcoming and attractive and inviting. This is achieved through careful site and building design, which convey quality along with careful sign control. Proposed fencing, screening, and landscaping. The applicants have not proposed any plans for fencing, screening, or landscaping. Since they are not increasing the size of the building by more than 25%, they are not obligated by the zoning ordinance to install additional landscaping. However, the staff believes improved landscaping to the area would be appropriate. By doing so, it would improve the aesthetic of the area, blend with the surrounding neighborhood, and help achieve the intent of the comprehensive plan. The board has the authority under the conditional use application to require additional landscaping if they believe to be fit. As outlined in the zoning ordinance for new site development, approximately 751 square feet of total landscaping, 451 square feet of live landscaping would be required to meet this standard. Proposed sign and lighting. The applicants are proposing to remove and update the existing wall signs. A sign permit application has been received and approved to the extent that this application is approved. Regarding the proposed lighting, the application states that there are 2 parking lot light poles on this property. Proposed vehicle access, circulation, and parking. Access to the paved and striped parking lot is provided via Amherst Avenue. According to Butte-Silver Municipal Code 174900, this would require 19 parking spaces, 1 being handicap. The property currently has 24 parking spaces, with 1 being, and 1 handicap parking space. Per the code, the applicant would be required to install an approved handicap parking sign directly in front of the designated handicap stall. The applicants state there is handicap accessibility from Amherst Avenue near the main entrance. There is also a ramp located on Howard Street on the east side of the building. Howard Street, it was what connects to that dirt parking lot that was discussed. A sidewalk also runs east and west in front of the property on Amherst Avenue. Potential nuisances. The C2 zone allows for a multitude of permitted uses, creating a reasonable expectation of commercial-related impacts, including traffic, noise, and lighting. The closest residential zone is located 1 block northeast of the parcel. The impact of operating a bar and casino in this zone should be minimal and no more impactful than the restaurants who have operated this location in prior years. The proposed use will not adversely affect nearby properties or their occupants. The development of the property for commercial purposes is in compliance with commercial zoning regulations. The property has been operated as a commercial enterprise for many years. Planning staff believe that this project, if properly conditioned, should have minimal impact on nearby properties. And then the proposed use will not adversely change the use of the property in question. This property specifically was operated in the late 1990s as the Palomino Club and has since been home to Watona's Coffee Shop and most recently Kobe's Steak and Sushi. So it already has a long established history of commercial use and will not be changed through this application. Conditions of approval. Prior to the issuance of a business license, the applicant must submit a detailed landscaping plan for the property of the planning department staff for review and approval. Landscaping plan shall include trees and shrubs. Once the plan is approved, the applicant shall submit a cost estimate from a licensed contractor for the materials and installation of the landscaping. This cost estimate will be used to determine the landscaping bond amount plus 10%. The applicant shall submit appropriate bonds to the planning staff department or install the required landscaping. The next one, prior to installing any new signs, the applicant must submit a sign permit application to the planning department for staff review and approval. Next, the applicant must meet chapter 1740 off-street loading and parking requirements of the Butte-Silver Municipal Code to ensure there's adequate parking options. Continued conditions of approval. The applicant will be required to meet all building code and health code requirements. Prior to locating gaming machines within the structure, the applicant shall receive all state approvals. Prior to the issuance of a building permit, the applicant must screen the garbage area according to the Butte-Silver Code or Municipal Code Section 173851. Prior to the issuance of a business license, the applicant shall receive all state approvals. The applicants shall be limited to the occupancy levels as determined by the Butte-Silver Building Code Department and Butte-Silver Fire Marshal. The applicants will be limited specifically to the business as stated and approved. Any further expansions will require further review by the Zoning Board of Adjustments. In conclusion, the board must determine if the applicants have presented evidence to the satisfaction of the board for granting a conditional use permit for the proposal or for the proposed bar and casino in an existing building located in the C2 zone. The board shall within 60 days, A, deny, B, approve. And that's the conclusion of this presentation.
Thank you. Any board members have any questions of the staff with regard to this application?
Mr. Chairman, I do. I just need a clarification, probably something I was hearing but not listening to. Aiden, I see that we're requiring them to submit a landscaping plan, but are we requiring that landscape plan to fulfill the requirements of a new construction like we discussed earlier?
So they're not expanding, so technically we can't require additional landscaping on anything that there's not an expansion of 25% or more. We're asking for a condition to improve the landscaping, and what was stated in there would be what would be required if it...
For a new one?
For a new, yes.
Okay.
Does that answer your question, Tyler?
I think so, yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Do any other board members have any questions of the staff? Okay, sir, if you could identify yourself for the record, please.
My name is Jason Bow.
Are the conditions of approval acceptable to you?
I do have a question regarding the landscaping. If more is required, I would hope that we could get approved and set a date that we have to have additional landscaping done by. so that we could still get our approval and start generating some income.
Sure.
I do have a question too regarding the screening of the garbage. I'm unaware of what that code is. We did have a dumpster provided that has lids and a secure mechanism to prevent garbage from blowing out, but I haven't seen any fencing around dumpsters anywhere in that area, so I don't know if that's what the screening means, but I guess I need some clarification on that.
That would be pretty much what the condition would require, were fences and screening. Often they're chain link fences with those vinyl slats, but just as long as it's acceptable screening, that would be a part of it. We don't want people getting into it or animals, and like to protect it from the view of passersby. That would be what it is, but the staff could perhaps elaborate a little bit more fully on that. If you have any thoughts, you want to chip in here.
So yes, so typically when she stated section 1738, that's our special provisions section of our ordinance. In the C2 zone for any commercial projects, we typically would require screening around any garbage areas. So what that requires is just like a screened or a chain link fencing with some screening. However, this building has been in operation for several years and that has not been required. So it would just be a suggestion for making sure that you keep it tidy and there's not, excess garbage around the outside of the garbage bin.
Okay. Thank you, Joella. Do any board members have any questions of the applicant?
I just have a question, probably for staff. So is that enhanced landscaping a condition of the permit then? And the screening of the garbage is a suggestion?
These conditions, if we're gonna go with landscaping and
Well, let's
screening,
let,
we have to add them.
Shanna, did you have your question
Just
answered?
those two questions, if that was clear.
So technically the staff can't, because there's not a 25% expansion, we can't make the applicant do the landscaping. However, you can set it as a condition if you so choose. That would be up to the zoning board if they want to make that a condition or not.
Okay.
Understood. And one follow-up question, the square footage on the improved landscaping, where did that come from?
So that's also in our special provisions section. There's a section, landscaping is based on the size of the property and the building itself. And then you have, I think it's 60% landscaping for live and 40 for just like rock or things like of that nature.
Okay, then I guess one more follow-up question for the applicant. I mean, have you looked at that landscaping that's been suggested, and is that something that there's a place to do that and that seems reasonable?
I have not taken measurements to see the 700 and some square feet to determine what would need to be added. There are a couple of trees on the property. There's a grassy area next to, that residence that's on the east side there. We've already dealt with a ton of weeds that have grown in the meantime, so I don't know the square footage, what I would need to add to that, but I mean, whether it's shrubs or something, I mean, we could definitely look at that.
Yeah.
Okay,
If
thank
we were
you.
to make it a condition, the staff could work with you on that. That's
Sure.
if we were. Okay. Any further questions of the applicant? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anybody present that would care to speak in support of this application? Yes, ma'am. If you identify yourself for the record, please.
I'm Curry Mills Hoffman. I'm a broker with Clearwater, Montana Properties here in Butte. And over the years that I've just seen, like even on this landscaping thing, there's a lot of buildings on here, but you guys, I feel like on that, kind of that north, kind of probably west side where they've made that patio, they have done a lot of landscaping. They've made that patio area, like I've seen it before, before it was even Kobe's before, when it was Watona's. They've done a lot of work on that little area. There is trees and there is things, and like, I don't think I'm being disrespectful. I just feel like they have done a lot of work to it. And then Kobe did a lot of work to that particular area too. So I just wanted to say, I think myself, it looks fairly nice, especially in the summer.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, ma'am. Is there anybody else who would care to speak in support of this application? Is there anybody present that would care? Yes, ma'am, if you could speak, please, and identify yourself for the record.
I'm Christy Bennett. I just want to add that I'm their current employee at Shenanigans Bar and Casino, and I've been working for them for a couple years, and so I have a personal tie to Shenanigans. It used to be the Copper Hill Bar years ago, and that was my parents. So in between the time that they had it and these guys took it over, it kind of got trashed and run down, and they brought it back to life in the last 2 years. Like, it's almost miraculous. And as far as, I even seen the Kobe place, this current location, prior and currently, and the transformation is unbelievable. I don't know all the legalities about the landscaping and whatnot, but I do know from working for these guys that being compliant is huge for them, and I just wanted to add that.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Is there anybody else that would care to comment in support of this application? Is there anybody present that would care to speak against the application? Hearing nobody, I'll close the public portion of the meeting and open it for board discussion. I have driven by the property myself. I think it looks very nice.
Mr. Chairman, I have no problem with this business moving in here. I do kind of live by the Copper Hill or drive by it occasionally to or from my house, and it does look a lot nicer too lately, or in the last few years. So I think they will do a good job. I would like to maybe shoot for a condition of a little bit of middle ground on some additional landscaping. I'm not looking for a ton. I know they already have some. A thought I had is maybe like half of what the new construction amount of landscaping is, and we can also measure and count what they already have in grass and live landscaping towards that, I would think, so we don't need to add a ton of it. That would just be something I would like to see. I just think any little bit of landscaping we can get just about anywhere in this town helps us all, sadly or not.
Any further comments with regard to this matter? I guess we were talking about landscaping, and Tyler suggested some, which kind of appropriate, but they've done a good job already and should be recognized for that. So I'm not sure where we're at with regard to landscaping.
Well, and if we feel comfortable that they've already made good headway and then we're just gonna trust that they will, I mean, I'm okay with that too.
Okay.
I know, I'm not a fan of just imposing things on people to do it. I don't wanna do that, but,
what do you think,
we gotta
Shannon?
discuss it.
I don't know, I think Mr. Schaefer had a pretty good suggestion. I'm not super familiar with how much landscaping is already there or not there, so I kind of have to take the recommendation of staff. But I think, any additional landscaping in this town is a good thing as long as it's maintained. But yeah, I think I would defer to staff on that.
Yeah, I'm kind of in agreement with Tyler and Shanna on this. I would not want it to be burdensome because I did drive by and I think it does look nice. But I've always been a proponent if you can stick some more trees and shrubs and some of that nature, flowers, let's go for it. But I do not want it to be burdensome. So I'm kind of a question, we have to put this in terms of a condition, so we need some help with the condition.
Mr. Chairman, what if we said 12 months or even 13, 14 months gets them to the end of next summer? They can pick up a clearance sale of trees at the end of this summer. I mean,
Hope they make it
would that
through
be
the
okay?
winter.
I guess we probably need to quantify that.
Yeah, we do.
Mr. Chairman, staff would make a suggestion that we follow the advice of the board and as staff work with the applicant to develop a quantity of trees with the live and non-live proportions at half of what would be required from new construction and include and deduct the existing landscaping to ensure that we are not imposing a burdensome landscaping requirement on this new business. However, at the same time, attempting to attain the goals of the comprehensive plan, which is improving landscaping on this gateway area. So a condition could be worded as such. The board moves to approve conditional use 24-2 at 2021 Amherst with landscaping modified to require half of that of new construction and deduct the existing landscaping to meet the objective.
That sounds like an acceptable compromise. Does anybody care to make a motion? And I think we could just incorporate the language suggested by Ms. Crane.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion, we approve conditional use 24-2 with conditions as outlined in the presentation and report, and an additional condition of requiring half the amount of landscaping as new construction for the size of the lot, but to make sure we have credit for existing landscaping that's there towards that, and also I want to say a 14-month time frame to get this done.
Thank you for your motion. Does anybody care to second that
I'll
motion?
second that.
Moved and seconded, and we can now vote. Thank you. Learned how to count, and I can count that there's 5 votes in support of this application. And your application has been approved, and you'll be receiving a letter from the planning staff to that effect. Thank you for appearing tonight.
Good luck, guys. Thank you.
And good luck, yes. So my watch is telling me it's time to stand, and I think it's appropriate to take a 5-minute break. So I will now call the meeting to order again. And the next matter on our agenda, variance application 24-3, a variance by Tony Olson and Butte Brewing Company. And Mr. Olson is present, and come up to the podium and listen to what the staff has to say, and we'll go from there.
So unfortunately, Tony is out of town on business, but I'm his manager.
Could you identify yourself for the record, please?
Jerry Beck.
Okay, thank you, sir. And Joella, you have this one?
I do. We're going to give her a break. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is variance application 24-3, and it's for 465 East Galena, which is the Butte Brewery. Why isn't that working? Okay, there we go. The proposal for this application is to construct a 2,100 square foot permanent accessory structure to accommodate the growing inventory associated with the commercial operation. The applicants request a variance to use 2 Connex containers temporarily to store inventory until the permanent structure is built. The Connex containers are currently in place at the Butte Brewery. The applicant seeks the variance to retain the use of the second Connex container located on the site, as the use of this building was permitted by the use variance number 13819. Any proposed alterations on this property must be reviewed by the Zoning Board of Adjustments. Staff findings. Per Butte-Silver Municipal Code Section 175460, powers grants powers to the Board of Adjustments to grant variances in instances where all review criteria are met. There will be 3 review criteria discussed here in this presentation, and that were reviewed by the staff. Here's an aerial view of the zoning. This is in an R2 zone, and notated there by the star is the Butte Brewing Company. Another aerial view of the area in that district. And here is the proposed building site located to the northwest corner of the property. Here's a couple pictures of the currently located Connex containers, again to the northwest corner of the property, adjoining the residential property that's just to the west. The first criteria is that it will not be contrary to the public interest. The public's interest in segregating land uses such as commercial and residential is to prevent conflicts between incompatible land uses. Zoning districts are established to separate uses that are not easily integrated and to unite uses that are compatible. Although the property is located within a residential district, the comprehensive plan recognizes this zone as the Uptown Edge place type, which blends localized neighborhood scale commercial uses found in the core with more traditional residential multifamily. Located to the west of the parcel is a residential property bearing a historic residence. Approval of use variance 13819 in 2012 included a use condition requiring the applicant to maintain a wide buffer along the west property boundary to mitigate potential nuisances associated with commercial activity occurring adjacent to a residence. A specific measurement for the buffer was not provided. The request to vary from the provisions of 171220 permitted uses to retain use of the second accessory structure is consistent with protecting the public interest, as the interior storage of the inventory mitigates negative impacts of outdoor storage related to commercial use in residential zones. In the short term, staff would recommend approval of an additional accessory structure, which would be the second Connex container, until the permanent accessory structure is constructed. The second criteria would be unnecessary hardship. This property does not exhibit any unique topographical or geological features constituting a hardship. However, Butte Brewing Facility is an approved commercial use in a residential zone. Limited residential development has occurred in this vicinity of the Butte Brewery, an area north of Mercury Street, south of Park Street, and east of Ohio Street since the adoption of the zoning in 1978. The applicant lists their facts of hardship as, due to the Butte Brewing Company's success, they need additional storage area for cans, grains, and other items. Butte Brewing is currently expanding with a new storage building planned. The Butte Brewing Company needs Connex storage until the new storage building is complete. One Connex is inadequate for current storage demands. The applicant was granted permission in June of 2012 to construct a commercial building on the property, and the expansion of the Butte Brewery is consistent with commercial business expansion in this area. And the third criteria, is it within the spirit of the zoning ordinance? The proposed variance would maintain the spirit of the zoning ordinance. In 1995, the Butte-Silver Bow Comprehensive Plan changed the comprehensive plan designation from residential to commercial. Redevelopment initiatives supported by the Butte-Silver Bow East Butte Renovation and Rehabilitation Agency, and now Sunset Economic Development Tax Increment Funding District, catalyzed significant commercial redevelopment within the neighborhood. The prevailing historic land use was residential, but over the course of the last 2 decades, commercial development has replaced residential development as prevailing land use. The proposed storage building would be exclusive to the use of the Butte Brewing Company and would not create additional traffic. The commercial use in the R2 zone does not meet the intent of the R2 zoning district, but due to the land use change occurring in this area beginning in 1995, commercial development and commercial uses are the prevailing use in this area. Substantial justice. Would literal interpretation of the provision of this chapter deprive the applicant of rights commonly enjoyed by other tracts in the same district? Literal interpretation of the requirement of the R2 zoning district would not deprive the applicant of rights commonly enjoyed by other tracts in the same district. It must be noted that the Butte Brewing Company was issued use variance 13819 in 2012 to allow the property to be utilized as commercial within a residential zone. Would approving the variance request grant the applicants any special privileges that is denied by this chapter to other land in the same zoning district? There are no unique conditions related to the property which would make compliance with the regulations unfairly difficult. However, the R2 zone does allow one detached accessory structure in the zone, and the applicant is requesting use of a second detached accessory structure for short term. This commercial use is consistent with other uses within the same zone, also permitted via variance or special use. Therefore, granting this variance request would not be offering special privileges to one property owner, which is denied to others in the same district, as most properties are commercial. In conclusion, the conclusions and recommendations, they do meet the three criteria. The recommendation would be approve the variance application based on written findings of fact as described in the staff report with suggested conditions of approval. The alternatives would be to deny the application based on the findings or continue public hearing on the application with specific direction to staff or the applicant to supply additional information or to address specific items. The conditions of use that the staff has come up with for this particular application: the applicant must halt use of the Connex containers within 12 months of approval of this application. Connex containers shall retain the existing setback arrangements of 19 feet from the west property line and 34 feet from the west property line. Something weird happened, sorry. To reduce any negative impacts surrounding the neighboring residents. A detailed site plan of the Connex containers location with setbacks and parking arrangements shall be submitted to the Planning Department for review and approval. A detailed site plan of proposed permanent structures, locations with setbacks and parking arrangements shall be submitted to the Planning Department for review and approval. If public funds will be supporting construction of the new accessory building, a certificate of appropriateness from the Historical Preservation Commission is required to ensure that the proposed structure is compatible with the historic nature of the neighborhood. And in order to reduce any potential negative impacts of on-site lighting, whether located on the new permanent accessory structure of the temporary accessory conic structures, all lighting shall be low-grade and directed away from any residential housing. That's everything. Thank you.
Thank you, Joella. Or are you concluded? Yes. Okay, thank you. Any board members have any questions of the planning staff with regard to this application? Okay, thank you. And sir, you heard the application. Are you familiar with the conditions of approval?
Yes, I am.
Do you know if they are acceptable to Butte Brewing Company?
They are, yep.
Okay. Okay. Is there anything additional you would like to add in support of this application?
So we weren't aware that we couldn't have 2 containers, which now we are, which is fine. But construction with our contractor with MP out of Deer Lodge, he says he will be starting construction within 4 weeks. They're doing it in stages, so they're starting on the east side. We had a wall that washed out on us about a year ago, and we had a flash flood here. That's the first thing that's getting fixed, and then he's working way around to the back side, and that's where we want to put our storage areas back there. If we could keep these containers, I mean, we purchased these containers, and we made sure we bought only one use. They were one-trip containers, they're called, so they look nice. I mean, no Conex box looks great, but these ones aren't all beat up and they don't need paint or nothing. They look brand new. And so we wanted to make sure we at least wanted to do that for the neighborhood. But, I mean, I don't know what else to do, but, I mean, if we have to get rid of one, I guess we'll figure it out and we'll get a storage area, but it would be nice if we could just at least keep that other container there. And another thing I didn't know is that they had to be 19 feet off the property line. We've had one there for 4 years maybe now, or maybe longer. That one is 7 feet too close to the property line. We didn't know that. I'll move it tomorrow if that's the case. Just to be legal, I'll do that anyway. The other one's way off the property line, the second one that we got.
Okay.
But if we could just keep the 2 until construction is complete, it would be great, but if not, I'm willing to figure out another way. We always have, so.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's all I have. Thank you.
You are asking for a variance for the 2, so.
Yes.
If we grant that variance, that will be permitted.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, do any board members have any questions of the applicant? Okay. And I don't know if I asked if the board members had any questions of the staff or not. I don't think anybody did. Okay. Thank you, sir. Appreciate your comments.
Thank you.
Is there anybody present that would care to speak in support of this application? Is there anybody present that would care to speak against the application? Yes, sir. If you could come. I saw him raise his hand first, Dan, so you'll have to be second. And if you could identify yourself, please, sir.
I will. My name is Don Coldiron.
And where do you reside, sir?
I am the resident next to
Okay.
the Butte Brewery. And I don't know how I'm going to do this because I have pictures in support of what I'm going to say.
You can hand the pictures to the staff and they can pass them around.
Please. I actually have them set up in the order they will be. Thank you so much. I can actually nod to you when I'm ready. Well, this way when I say it. Thank you so much. And I apologize, see that I only have 3 minutes. I'm going to have to talk really fast to get through all this.
No.
Oh,
Well, that's for council meetings.
I'm going to have to speed read to get through this.
Yeah, but, take your time, but be
Thank you
be
so
prompt.
much. My name is Don Coldiron. I am an honorably discharged disabled vet. I live next door to the Butte Brewery with my autistic son, Nick, and my elderly disabled mother, Nita. 12 years ago, Mr. Olson, the council, and I met to reach an agreement to allow Mr. Olson to build his business next to our home. I would like to show how that agreement is doing. The 30-foot green zone. After the last meeting, Planning Director John Sesso told the Montana Standard that he and the 5 zoning board members agreed this zone was vital and said, quote, "We did this with a commitment to make this as least disruptive as possible for the neighbor." I have to skip this part because I was planning on only 3 minutes. I asked, I'm ready for the first one. Yeah. This is how far Mr. Olson has made it in 12 years with the green zone. Weeds, rocks, and garbage. And that container at the top of the photo is 12 feet into the green zone. The green zone was set at 30 feet, not 19. This was reported as a violation to the city in October of 2023. 3 months later, on January 19th, 2024, I received a phone call from Ernie, who said they had finally found the variance in the, quote, moldy files in the basement, end quote, that they agreed it was a violation and that he would have a talk with Mr. Olson. Then 3 months after that phone call, on April 5th, 2024, I received another phone call from Ernie stating they decided not to enforce the code and allow Mr. Olson to file this instead. At the last meeting, it was agreed that there would be a row of trees to protect my family from some of the noise and light pollution from the business. It was agreed that this would be reflected in the approved landscaping plan. Keep in mind at the last meeting, I pointed out that most of our bedrooms are on this side of the house. Next picture, this is now the view of from my mother's bedroom window. There are no trees there. Light from Mr. Olson's business pours into our windows all night long. Next photo, and this is the only tree he has planted 12 years later. As you can see, it is next to the road, dwarfed by my existing pine tree and not shielding anything. This violation was also reported to the city in October 2023. The last meeting, it was agreed that if parking ever became a problem, my property would get resident parking only signs. Next photos. As you can see, Mr. Olson's upper parking lot is falling down onto his lower parking lots, and his parking lots are now filled with no parking signs. Let me say that again. His parking lots are filled with no parking signs. But luckily, Mr. Olson has his 2 main parking lots off Park Street. At the last meeting, Mr. Olson stated that he had agreed to share these lots with the wet center and that these parking lots would ensure that parking would never become a problem. Next photos. This is Mr. Olson's main parking lots 12 years later. They show empty lots. He has never even started his 2 main parking lots in 12 years. So what did Mr. Olson do for parking? He decided to pave over the alley and make it his personal parking lot. As you can see in the final photo of that last group, when he did this, he raised the end of the alley by about 1.5 to 2 feet. Shortly after, we had our first thunderstorm since its paving. I looked out my window to see a river running through my yard. As I state, my son Nick is autistic. After having an environmental impact study done, it was determined that the probable cause of his autism was the soil. It had tested extremely high for lead, mercury, arsenic, and others. The lead abatement program replaced all of our soil, capped the hillsides on either side, and placed a berm above my property to keep wastewater from the alley from recontaminating the soil. When I went outside, I found Mr. Olson's worker on a bobcat removing the berm from above my property, dump it above Mr. Olson's property, and forcing all the wastewater he had dammed up in the alley to escape through my property. I yelled at the workers, and he said he would put it back, but it's too late. The very thing it was designed to protect against, you just forced onto my property. He flooded my basement and CCS's basement. The water was then forced to escape along the property line down one of the capped hillsides, and that's where the next photos are. This is today. Every time there's a thunderstorm or snow melts off, more is washed away. I do have a video on my phone if anyone is curious about how much water we're talking about. As it washes away the hillside, it also washes away my property. Next photos. I now have a gaping hole under my fence because all the soil under it and into my property has washed away. I had to pile logs along my property to keep our grandkids and great-grandkids that visit almost daily from falling into it, and our dogs from escaping through it. The destruction of my property and the illegal parking was reported to the city on June 2nd of last year. As anyone can see now more than ever, this 30-foot buffer is vitally important, and Mr. Olson has never had enough parking. Every week, the cars are parked halfway up the block past my house. Because of Mr. Olson's unwillingness to keep his part of the agreement and the city's unwillingness to protect my rights, I was in conversations last week with the sheriff's office, the county attorney's office, and my lawyer. And following the advice I was giving, I will be meeting with my lawyer tomorrow morning to discuss a lawsuit against Mr. Olson and the brewery. I thank you all sincerely for your time, and I pray that the city will keep its part of the agreement and their commitment and their word. In short, I'd also like to say, had he met his requirements, had he not for over a year been destroying my property, I would have no problem with either one of those containers being in there. But he has met zero of the things he agreed to do. Zero. And now we're discussing giving him another one. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Riley, I believe you desire to speak in opposition.
My name's Dan Riley. I own 2 houses on that street and about 20 lots. My purpose is to build multifamily, new multifamily buildings on it. And with that bar down the street, I'm gonna call it a bar. It is a bar. They're drinking till after 8 o'clock. They're not serving them. They quit serving, I guess, but they're still drinking. It's very dangerous. The kids, especially in the wintertime, and right now, if you go over there right now, there's no parking. No parking but street, if there is street parking. And they want to take away the parking by building the building? No. The other thing is, when they go there, mostly young people. They got kids. They sit and drink a few beers, like I have. I don't know about the rest of you. But we'll have a few beers, and the kids will go out and play in the park or someplace outside. And what they do, they go across that street, Galena, and it's a real narrow street, and they're parked on both sides, all the way down into my properties. It's not a big problem with me right now, but it's gonna be. I can see it. It should never been approved in the first place to put a bar in C2, multifamily. That's where kids live. Okay, and that's all I've got to say is the streets are too narrow, and you're gonna, and he's asked, this gentleman's asking to take away the parking that they do have. They don't have enough parking now. They're parking in the alley and all over. Even on Fridays, they're even down by my house. I don't mind it. It's legal to park down there on one of my houses. But this is ridiculous. There's too much commercial property around that they could buy or lease and put their junk on. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is there anybody else who would care to speak against this application? Okay, hearing nobody. Sir, the applicant now has an opportunity to rebut what was said in opposition. If you care to come up and speak with regard to the matters that were raised by the opponents.
So as we're going under construction, and we have more parking than most businesses. There's 3 parking lots. And the back alley, well, Olson owns that alley. That's part of our parking. It has an easement way through that alley, but it's still, we have lots of parking, and we don't have all the parking blocked off. Only on the east side where that wall has fallen in, there's one spot right there marked no parking. That's the only spot we have no parking at, which will come back as soon as we get this fixed. Other than that, I just, I mean, everything's under construction. The trees, the trees that were going along that concrete boundary of the neighbor here, the soil was bad. We have, you can see the trees are there right now. They're all there, but they're dead. So when all this construction happens, the ground is going to get refurbished too. So we're having a heck of a time replanting. I got more plants going in and shrubbery in 2 weeks from Yard Envy. That's who takes care of the lawn and stuff there. In 2 weeks, they said they'll be able to pull up all the dead shrubbery and put new shrubbery down. And along that back wall, there's no sense in planting more trees back there yet because that whole area is getting completely done. We're putting in, we have 2 hole areas. There's a hole on the west side, there's a hole on the east side. Those are for stormwater. Those are getting covered over with, and putting stormwater tanks in those. The first one that's happening is on the east side. That's with the first part of the project where the wall's getting completely built and stormwater storage tank is going in underground there also to allow us to have more parking than we already have. And then the back parking lot is getting completely done, and then the west side wall also, and when the west side wall gets done, that's also getting the storage shed built back there, so we can get rid of the conic boxes. So just so that, I wanted to just put it out there, that's what is gonna happen, that's what's happening. So,
Okay.
I don't know, I'm the manager, I'm not the owner, so I don't know what Olson had in when he first built the place. That was in 2012 when they broke ground. So what hasn't gotten done, we're working on it. So
Okay. Well, thank you for
that's all I have
providing
to
that
say.
information to us.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll now close the public portion of the meeting and open it for board discussion.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, this is tough. I, for one, tend to agree with Mr. Coldiron. Some of the landscaping at Butte Brewing has been less than impressive, especially for how long it took to get some of it in place. I wasn't too impressed with that myself. I think Mr. Coldiron has a number of grievances that seem legitimate, at least to him, and I'm sure to his family as well. I just think those aren't really issues for us tonight. Our issue tonight is, are we allowing them to have a second Connex till they finish a construction project? The construction project isn't in front of us tonight. Their landscaping really isn't in front of us tonight. Nothing really is, except allowing them to have an extra Connex while they complete this construction. If we are gonna go somewhere with this, in any sort of approval, I would like to see a condition that puts a final date on when we can get those, when Connexes could go away when the construction's done. Just so we maybe eliminate potential for them to live there. If this, according to Mr. Coldiron, the county has not been great about enforcing some of these things. I don't know much or anything about that, but I just don't want to see a situation where maybe we allow them to have these Connexes sitting there because we're not enforcing that too. So I would like to see an end date somewhere there too, please.
Do you have any thoughts in mind? It seems like all this can be done
I wish
within
some
a
other
year.
people did, to be honest.
Well, it's a construction thing.
Yeah,
The construction season.
I mean, I don't know what the
phase.
construction timeline is. I would assume that's gonna be all summer and probably into fall, I would think.
Yeah.
I would think the applicant could maybe comment a little more intelligently on that than I could, but, I guess we'd have to know that first. What's their timeline?
Well, I'm going to ask the applicant to step forward and see if he knows that and if he can tell us. Is there a timeline on the construction, sir?
So like I said, Tony let me know that construction was starting in about 4 weeks. It's as soon as the contractor can get to it. So I would have to say at least 6 months.
Okay,
So,
that seems appropriate,
yeah, I mean,
yeah. That's understandable. So we would hope to get it done in 6 months, but you're, like you've told us, you're just the manager, so.
yeah, so,
All right, with that in mind, no, sir.
okay.
Okay, thank you for that. I certainly don't know myself, but 6 months, it's a pretty long time, but construction projects often take longer than that.
Yeah, I think that's a very
So-
conservative timeline.
But I think a year, and this time next year, something should have been done.
I would agree.
If it's not done, then we can address it at that point. Joella?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I just want to mention that in the report, we did discuss also, I just want to clarify that we are asking for the variance to the permanent structure as well as the extra conics, due to the fact that it will have to come back to the board if not, since this is a variance anyway. So we are asking for both the permanent structure in this variance and for the second connex.
Okay.
So I just want to clarify that.
No, that's good to know. Thank you for clarifying that. Okay. Do we know if there's a time limit, a year or not?
Mr. Chair, I think, doesn't it say 12 months for the Connex?
I think so. But just to confirm, I think you're right.
So the timeline for the building permit, once it's purchased, is 180 days.
Okay.
So they would have that time to complete the project. And then in the conditions, we did ask for 12 months
Okay.
for the extra conics.
Okay. Well, those seems to be acceptable time frame. Any thoughts with regard to the additional information that we received? Okay. Do we think we're at a position that somebody can make a motion and we can resolve this, hopefully?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion, we approve variance 24-3 with the conditions as stated in the report from staff. I also, just on a little side note, would like to maybe ask staff if they could be of assistance to Mr. Coldiron in getting some of his issues hammered out with the lack of enforcement possibly going on his property, so that maybe we could help Butte Brewing be a better neighbor to Mr. Coldiron. If Butte-Silver is a party to that, I think they need to help. So that's a side note on that, so I'm sorry. But getting back to it, I'd like to make a motion to approve variance 24-3 with conditions as outlined in the staff report.
I'll second.
We can now vote. Thank you, Fiona. All 5 votes are for the motion, so the application has been approved. Excuse me. You'll be receiving a letter to that effect. Thank you. The next matter before us is variance application 24-4, an application by Penny Boggs. Is Ms. Boggs present? Yes, ma'am. You can come forward and listen to the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is for variance application 24-4, and the applicant resides at 1518 South Warren Street. Sorry. The proposal for this application, the applicant is requesting to vary from the maximum permitted front yard fence height and setback in the R1 or single-family residential zone. The applicant wants to construct a 6-foot vinyl privacy fence along the south property line, beginning at the rear property line and extending to the front property line. Staff findings are the same as the last, so I'll just skip over those if you guys don't care.
That would be acceptable.
Here's an aerial view of the zoning designations. So the resident resides here where it is outlined in red. They have a C2 zone to the north, and to the west they have an R3 zone. Another aerial view, the residents are located here in the center. Here's a view looking south on Warren Avenue with some of the neighboring residents. And here's a view looking north on Warren Avenue. Again, the 3 criteria. The first is a variance must not be contrary to the public interest. Low fence heights help maintain a sense of open space, which is one of the objectives of front yard setbacks. This sense of open space and subsequent appearance of communal living is an accepted and desired characteristic of all residential neighborhoods. Taller fences may negatively impact the visual character and feel of open space. Fence height requirements within the front yard are allowed a maximum of 3 feet high for solid fences, or 4 feet if open wire or see-through. In this instance, the applicant is requesting a 6-foot vinyl privacy fence constructed on the south side of the property from the rear property line up to the front property line. The 3-foot chain link fence across the property frontage will be retained, and many properties on this block have fences or shrubs that are 6 feet in height or higher. Therefore, a fence on the south property line would not appear to have a significant impact on safety, sense of open space, or aesthetics of the neighborhood. The second criteria, a literal enforcement of the zoning ordinance must result in unnecessary hardship owing to conditions unique to the property. The applicant states their hardship is, for the past 2 years, they have repeatedly been harassed by the neighbors at 1534 South Warren through threatening behavior. We have taken repeated steps to seek harmonious existence, and we are hopeful the fence will provide us with some privacy. I am of poor health and have epilepsy that can be elevated when under stressful conditions. I have had 4 seizures in dealing with our neighbors. Additionally, my husband has a pacemaker. This behavior we experience is unhealthy for both of us. We have contacted law enforcement on 2 separate occasions, which have led us to 2 no-contact orders to be filed. We have contacted animal control numerous times to keep their dogs from defecating in an area around our property. A hardship as defined by the Montana Code Annotated 7625-502, Section 4B and C, is due to conditions peculiar to the properties such as physical surroundings, shape, topographical conditions, strict application of the regulations to the property results in an unnecessary hardship to the owner as compared to other subjects to the same regulations, and that is not self-imposed. This application does not exhibit a unique situation requiring a 6-foot tall fence rather than a 4-foot tall fence. There are no conditions unique to the property which would pose unnecessary hardship prohibiting the applicant from complying with the height requirements in the R1 zone. The third criteria, the spirit of the zoning ordinance must be observed and substantial justice done. The intent of the zoning ordinance is to permit the reasonable use of private property while restricting practices which may infringe on the rights of the adjacent landowners. The applicant is requesting to construct a new 6-foot vinyl fence along the southern property line from the rear to within 10 feet of the front property yard. It should be noted that the existing chain link fence that runs along the west side of the front yard of the property will remain in place. Section 17.4.520 of the Butte-Silver Municipal Code states that front yard means a yard extending between side lot lines across the front of the lot adjoining a public street and shall be provided as follows. In this case, it does not appear that erecting a 6-foot tall fence would impact any vision clearance triangle from driveways, as it is not on a corner lot. Would literal interpretation of the provisions of this chapter deprive the applicant of rights commonly enjoyed by other tracts in the same district? Literal interpretation of the requirements of R1 zoning district would not allow the applicants to construct a 6-foot tall fence in the front yard. Fences shall not exceed a 6 foot in height in any residential zone. Fences shall not exceed 3 feet in height, 4 feet in height for open wire see-through fencing within the required front yard. Front yard shall be determined by required minimum front yard setbacks. Front yard also includes side property lines. The same height limits are applied to all properties in the R zoning districts. Therefore, literal interpretation of the provision of the chapter does not deprive the applicant of rights commonly enjoyed by others in the R1 zone. Would approving the variance request grant the applicants any special privileges that is denied by this chapter to other land in the same zoning district? There are no unique conditions related to the property which makes compliance with the regulations unfairly difficult. Fencing height limits are enforced continually in all residential zones. This very request has been denied to many applicants in the very recent past who adjusted their plans to meet zoning requirements. Therefore, granting this variance request would be offering special privileges to one property owner which are denied to others in the same zone. In conclusion and recommendations, one of the 3 criteria was met. Staff is recommending denying the variance application based on written findings of facts as described in the staff report. The alternatives would be to approve the application based on finding of compliance with the criteria, options to add conditions of approval, or continue public hearing on the application with specific direction to staff or the applicant to supply additional information or to address specific items. That's everything. Thank you.
Thank you, Joella. Do any staff members, or board members have any questions of the staff with regard to this matter? Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Could you identify yourself for the record, please?
Yes, my name is Penny Boggs.
Okay. Could you please provide your case with respect to this application?
I just want to put a 6-foot vinyl fence in on the southern side because we can't even seem to talk civil to our neighbors, and they are always doing hand gestures and grabbing themselves and cussing at us whenever I'm in the front yard shoveling or watering. And like I said, I've had 4 seizures because they just don't want to act like we don't exist, and I would act like they don't, but just to get a little bit of privacy in my yard is why I want to put that on that side of the house.
Okay. Have you had any success with talking to law enforcement in regard to this matter?
They are the ones who have given me advice on, I have tried to get I've gotten a no contact order twice on them, and then they are the ones who suggested to go talk to the Judge Kilmer, which I did, and he suggested now to come and talk to you about getting a variance on the fence.
So Judge Comer thought it'd be a good idea?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you. Do you have anything else you want to add?
No. Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments.
Thank you for your time.
Yeah. Is there anybody present who would care to speak in support of this application? Is there anybody present that would care to speak against the application? Hearing nobody, I'll close the public portion of the meeting and open it for board discussion. Any board members have any thoughts with regard to this particular matter? Comments?
Someone's got it, right? Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Ms. Boggs' concerns to me seem legitimate. I don't discount what's going on there. I don't see the neighbors here opposing it. It might
Nope,
be
they
good
didn't
for
show
them
up.
too. And we do all know the old adage, but we aren't really hitting the hardship things, but it sounds like it's something that kind of needs to happen though. So I guess I'm okay with it.
You okay with the 6-foot privacy fence?
I am.
Okay. Well, it seems like we should have comments from other board members with regard to this.
Yes, that would be great.
Yeah,
Stephen?
yeah, going into this, I was, on the surface value or surface against this, but, throwing in there that Judge Kilmer suggested it is a twist I hadn't seen coming, so, that holds weight in my mind, and, the fact that while it may not be a traditional hardship that's defined in code, it does sound like a hardship to me, so I'm okay with it, I think.
Okay. Any further thoughts?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I'd like to make a motion we approve variance 24-4.
I'll second the motion.
Thank you. Thank you, Stephen. Ma'am, all 5 votes were for the motion, so your application has been approved. And you'll be receiving a letter from the planning staff to that effect. And I hope this corrects an unfortunate situation. You bet. Thank you, ma'am. The next matter before us is variance application 24-5, a variance application by Tony Bonney, whom I see in the audience. And if you could come forward, Tony, and listen to the staff presentation.
I'm sorry, Dave, I didn't.
Come forward and listen to the staff presentation.
My name.
No, sir, we're going to have a presentation first. And then you can present your case.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This application is for variance application 24-5, and it's for 2223 Princeton Street. This proposal for the applicant is requesting to vary from the maximum permitted front yard height of a fence in the R1 zoning district, varying from the front yard setback and front yard height requirements of section 173642 of the Butte-Silver Municipal Codes. The applicant has constructed a 6-foot tall fence along the east property boundary and is requesting to retain the previously installed fence. The fence is pictured here, which was just previously installed. The staff findings are the same from the last 2 reports, so I'll just go ahead and skip those.
Yes.
The zone is also the same. We're in the R1 single-family zoning district with a C2 zone just to the southwest. Again, another aerial view of the residential area that the property resides in. And here's a couple pictures, the fence which was there previously, and then the new fence which was just constructed recently. Here's a site plan of what Mr. Bonney did. He put a 6-foot fence off the front property line on Princeton, going back about 24 feet on the east property line, sorry. Here's a view looking west down Princeton Street, and a view looking east on Princeton Street. Again, the 3 criteria, the first being that the variance must not be contrary to public interest. Lower fences help maintain a sense of open space, which is one of the objectives of front yard setbacks. The sense of open space and subsequent appearance of communal living is an accepted and desired characteristic of all residential neighborhoods. Taller fences may negatively impact the visual character of the open space. In this particular instance, the applicant is requesting a variance to keep the 6-foot ribbed metal fence, privacy fence, that was previously constructed on the east side of the property from the front property line 24 feet north. Fence height requirements within the front yard are allowed a maximum of 3 feet high for solid fencing or 4 feet if open wire see-through. There are properties on the block that have shrubs and fences over 6 feet in height in their front yards. A 6-foot tall metal fence would not appear to have significant impact on safety, sense of open space, or aesthetic of this neighborhood. Staff does not believe that constructing a fence would be contrary to public interest. The second, a literal enforcement of the zoning ordinance must result in unnecessary hardship owing to conditions unique to the property. There appears to be no conditions unique to the property which would make complying with the requirement zone unfairly difficult. The applicant lists their facts of hardship to be leaving the fence in place to ensure privacy and prevent further harassment from the neighbor on the side which the fence has been placed, a history of restraining orders and death threats. A hardship as defined by Montana Code Annotated 7625502, Section 4B and C, is due to conditions peculiar to the property such as physical surrounding shape or topographical conditions. Strict application of the regulations to the property results in an unnecessary hardship to the owner as compared to other subjects to the same regulations, and that is not self-imposed. This application does not exhibit a unique situation requiring a 6-foot tall fence rather than a 4-foot tall fence. There are no conditions unique to the property which should pose unnecessary hardship, prohibiting the applicant from complying with the height requirements in the R1 zoning district. The third, the spirit of the zoning ordinance must be observed and substantial justice done. The intent of the zoning ordinance is to permit the reasonable use of private property while restricting practices which may infringe on the rights of the adjacent landowners. In this case, it does not appear that erecting a 6-foot tall fence would impact any visual clearance triangle from the driveways, nor is it in or on a corner lot. The applicant has constructed a new 6-foot tall metal fence along the first 24 feet of the eastern property line that is within the front yard. It should be noted that the existing chain link fence that runs along the south side of the front yard of the property will remain in place. Again, the definition for front yard means a yard extending between side lot lines across the front of the lot adjoining a public street and shall be provided as follows. Literal interpretation of the requirements of the R1 zoning district would not allow the applicant to construct a 6-foot tall fence in the front yard. Fences shall not exceed 6 feet in height in any residential zone. Fences shall not exceed 3 feet in height, 4 feet in height for open wire see-through fencing within the required front yard. The same height limits are applied to all properties in our zoning districts. Therefore, literal interpretation of the provisions of the chapter does not deprive the applicant of rights commonly enjoyed by others in the R1 zone. There are no unique conditions related to the property which make compliance with the regulations unfairly difficult. Fencing height limits are enforced continually in all residential zones. This very request has been denied by many applicants in the very recent past who adjusted their plans to meet zoning requirements. Therefore, granting this variance request would be offering special privileges to one property owner, which is denied to others in the same district. Conclusions, the same as the last, this criteria 1 of 3 was met, and staff was recommending denying the variance application based on written finding of facts. The alternatives would be to approve the application based on findings of compliance with the criteria, with options to add conditions or continue public hearings on the application with specific direction to staff or the applicant to supply additional information. That's everything.
Thank you, Joella. Any board members have any questions of the staff with regard to this application?
Mr. Chairman, I do. Ms. Thomas, how did this come to staff's attention?
So staff received a complaint when the fence had been erected on the property, and our enforcement officer had gone down and notified the applicant, who then came up and applied for the variance.
Okay, thank you, Joella.
Any other questions? Okay, Mr. Bonney, could you formally identify yourself for the record, please?
Yes, my name is Tony Bonney. I'm here, my wife and I own the property at 2223 Princeton. I'm here tonight for the variance I applied for the privacy fence that I built on the property. I've got some additional photos of the private fence.
Mm-hmm.
It shows where it's at, how long it is, the distance between the properties. It's all in those pictures there. The fence was put up for the sole purpose of the ability for us to enjoy the front yard. Without the constant harassment and intimidation by the neighbor. We've suffered it for years, and I finally got to the point where I finally had to put something in between us. My father passed away recently. Both him and my sister, which my sister wants to move into the house. She feels a certain peace being there because my parents lived there for over 30 years. Both of them passed away in the house. Both my father that lived in the house at the time and my sister were two of my family members that had active restraining orders against the neighbor. I also have 4 more relatives that live at the other end of the block. They also have active restraining orders against the neighbor. So the only reason we put it up is to stop that harassment while we're enjoying the yard. You'll notice in the pictures there's a picnic table out there. My sister and I meet out there just about every morning. We have a cup of coffee. It doesn't eliminate the problem, but it restricts the problem. The old pictures of the fence there that he has the chain link, he had the ability to come right up to the chain link, and he would stand right on the edge of the chain link and intimidate and harass both my dad and my sister. I know as you're sitting there, you're probably thinking, well, why don't you call the law enforcement? They did. They spent years doing it. They got the restraining orders, but nothing seemed to work. It was always the constant harassment, always a problem with it. My father, 2 years ago, suffered a heart attack. He was in the hospital for about 2 weeks, came home. The first day he was home, he wanted to walk out to the mailbox. He was feeling better. He wanted to get his mail. The neighbor came out, instantly started harassing him, came right over to him. Never touching, never intimidating, or just verbal harassments to him. He got back inside, calls me, I settled him down. That's when the restraining orders went for them. They went in front of Judge Kilmer. Judge Kilmer said, basically, why don't you guys just stay away from each other? Well, over the years, I've told my sisters and my dad, just stay away from him, just avoid him. Well, that's not good enough because he hasn't been able to intimidate me or threaten me. But what he's done is he's escalated it into death threats. A minimum of 4 times he's came up to me in front of the property, behind the property, on the property. And the threat consists of this. The day I'm diagnosed with cancer, I'm coming to your house at night and I'm going to blow your brains out. And then I'm going to go take care of your sisters. To which I politely responded to him, I don't want problems. I told him, why don't you take that same gun you're going to blow my brains out with and go shoot yourself? I've tried to be the peacemaker on this deal, but it doesn't seem to work. Now, when I built the fence, I wasn't aware of the ordinance that says that, I've got it right here, you have to have the 4-foot fence. I've dealt with it on other properties that I have, and I was given this paper by Butte-Silver employee, I know I'm not going to say, and it shows the corner property. Mine is not a corner property. Mine is 60 feet off the corner of Dahlgren and Princeton. So I can understand the need for not putting a 6-foot fence or a hedge on the corner lot. Traffic, safety, concerns, kids coming out in the street. This is 60 feet away. And as you'll see in those pictures that I gave you, it in no way blocks the street or any safety concerns. I was told it was out of character for the neighborhood. I went and I found over 20 properties in a 2-block radius that either hedges or fences, or hedges and fences, came up to the property line, and they're all in there. Now, I went up and down my block and I'll keep this one if you don't mind. One of the neighbors gave me this. He decided he was gonna help me. And he went and he found a list of properties within a 2-block radius, again, that have fences or hedges up to the property line, either on the corner or in the middle of the block. So as I was talking to my neighbors, there's 11 houses in this neighborhood, excluding myself and the neighbor I really don't like to talk to, leaves 9. Out of those 9 people, and there's 6 there, but it would be 7. One of them went to Miami. I talked to her before she left to Miami. I didn't have these printed up. She says, Tony, I'm in full support of it. She says, but I'm going to Miami tomorrow. So I wasn't able to get her to sign it. One of them expressed concern of further retaliation from this neighbor. Says, I support it, it doesn't bother me, I've got no problems with it, but I'd really rather not put my name on that paper because I don't want to suffer the retaliation from him. But you'll see on there, every single one of them on that paper say they have no objection with that fence, that they see no problems with that fence, and it doesn't bother them. 2 of them that I talked to said, Tony, I didn't even notice you put up a fence. So I've got those, and like I said, this one here, it's just the note from the neighbor that gave me. He says, I'll go find some more, and he did. So, the only thing we're looking for is the ability for us to enjoy our own property. Whether it be a morning coffee at that picnic table, or my sister who likes to walk down there in the evening and water the lawn. She not only has an active restraining order on this person has been warned not to go to her place of employment and bother her anymore, or they will kick him out of the store and won't let him back. So, it's just a history of a problem. And I'm aware, trust me, I'm aware, after 34 years of Butte-Silver at the Water Division, that fence is not going to fix a mental issue. It just won't. But by restricting that little bit of an area from the neighbor, it allows us to enjoy that front yard. I'm going to go through. My parents, like I said, lived there for 30 years. I'm going to do some extensive remodeling, brand new windows, brand new stuff on the inside. I was wishing to get it done while they were alive, but it just didn't work out that way. And like I said, my sister expressed interest in moving into the place. And trust me, I don't have it. I don't talk to him when I go there, but I know he talks to me once in a while. My sister just gets that feeling of peace being in there when my mom and dad were there. And if she goes there, like I said, it's not going to stop it. He comes down the street. Last week, I was sitting there talking to my sister across the street by my truck. He came down the street screaming, I'll say absurd words out of the window at us. I can't even remember how many times this finger is coming up to me, driving down the street, in front of the property, wherever I'm at. It's a wonder he doesn't get in a wreck. But like I say, it doesn't stop the intimidation. All this does is put a little barrier in between us. And like I say, I enjoy going down there and like I said, sit there on the picnic table and have a cup of coffee with my sister. And this just gives us the ability to enjoy our property. So, in closing, I'd like to thank you for your time today. And if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them for you.
Any board members have any questions of the applicant?
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Bonney, has anyone from your family, at least prior to these restraining orders, ever brought this gentleman cookies or anything? Is there any way?
I have to apologize. I heard part of that and I stepped up close to it.
It was kind of a joke, but. I asked if you'd ever tried cookies and said.
You know, all the stuff I've seen at Butte-Silver, I was a landlord for over 30 years. I worked in 2 major hotels, one of them Mr. Markovich has an ownership in. I'm used to this. That's why it doesn't get to me. But the rest of my family isn't. And believe me, if you're in water construction in the Butte streets, you get yelled at a lot. When you're the foreman, you get yelled at really a lot. So it doesn't bother me that he yells at me, never has. But like I said, when my other family go to enjoy that property, they just can't. My dad stopped going out and sitting at the picnic table because of this. I just thought this was a simple little solution to put the barrier between them so we can enjoy the front yard. So, thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody present that would care to speak in support of this application? Yes, ma'am, if you could come forward and identify yourself.
Yes, sir. My name is Wendy Cernich. I'm the sister that he's talking about.
Okay.
I've had several problems with the neighbor. I have a rough enough job for what I do. I don't need him hassling me. And it is true. I do feel closer, even though my parents have passed away. Just to go down there, talk to them, sit out and have, a cup of coffee, something like that, without being hassled. Every time I go down there, I get hassled from him and one of the other neighbors that live up the street, that I'm not supposed to be there, that they're going to make sure that I can't move in there, I can't buy the house, I'm not allowed there. And I don't think it's right. I mean, he's come to my job. My manager has told him several times, if he hassles me, he's going to get kicked out. And where I work, there's nowhere else for them to shop here in Butte. So he tries to keep quiet, but not when I'm down there at that house. He makes it known that I'm bad. So, but I like the fence there. The fence is nice because I go down there like my brother said in the morning. I have a cup of coffee. I water. I straighten out stuff inside the house because he's getting ready to remodel. At night, I walk down there because I live up on Ottawa Street. I walk down there. I water the lawn. I might make sure everything's okay. The plants are okay. Everything's fine. I go back. But there's been times that I've had to sneak through the back door because the neighbor has been out in the front and he's out there hollering at me or flipping me off. And each and every single time, I have called the police. I have told the police. I went to Judge Kilmer and they say the same thing. Try to stay your distance. But he doesn't lit up. He does not lit up on anything at all. So I like the fence. It's nice. Because then he doesn't know if I'm over there, and he can't come over there unless he walks all the way down the sidewalk and sees me sitting there watering the lawn. So it's kind of nice to have that peace and quiet. So that's all.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anybody else who would care to speak in support of this application? Okay, thank you. Is there anybody present that would care to speak against the application? Yes, sir, if you could come forward and identify yourself.
My name's Alan Frederickson. I live next door on the corner. I've been there since 1971. And 99% of the stuff that they have said is 100% false. And I'll tell you something. She tried to get me kicked out of Walmart twice, okay? The manager and his wife, we are really good friends. And the second time she pulled it, I asked him very, very nicely, I says, will you please call 2 police officers down here? I want to be kicked out of the store. And then I will own Walmart because, and I ain't the only one that's being harassed. She is harassing the gentleman up the street continuously. That gentleman can't even walk in that store without her all over him. And that is illegal. And the manager at Walmart will verify it. Okay. I also have pictures. You want to see these? This is a picture the guy had on the street, his back half. Saturday. Furthermore, just for you guys' view, sorry about that. This is the building permit, date, time, and the inspectors that checked it off after it was built to the code of Butte-Silver County. And the reason I did that and have this is because I am a retired civil engineer from the state of Montana that built highways, bridges, fences, everything else. And I put that fence in to code through your deal. And I have it right here, and you'll see where they signed off and the whole works. And as for me harassing them, I don't harass them. I told Mr. Bonney, I says, I really do appreciate the $5,000 it costs me to go to court with an attorney over them. And she's the one that instigated it. My attorney did it. And then I had a second time I had to go before, and that one I won big time. And I'll tell you what, I've been there, like I say. And the ironic thing is about this, he's saying stuff like that. I have known his dad for over 50 years. We lived within 2 houses of each other when they were little tiny kids. Pat and I were very good friends. I had a garage down about 2 doors from him that I rented on Farrell. But I mean, Pat, I've known him for years and years. Excellent artist, the whole bit. He does beautiful work. And I never had a problem with Pat. The only problem I have is with this gentleman behind me. He pushes the issue like he thinks everything's steel, like this fence, prime example. If you take a look, I don't know, do you guys got pictures of my deal with my fence?
I believe we just looked at them.
No, yeah, but I'm wondering, the thing is, it'll show something there. Where he built this 6-foot fence, he is that far from my fence. The weeds, dandelions, grass, and everything's about that tall already, and there's no possible way that he can cut it out of there. And it's on my deal where I get to look at it. And I guess one of my biggest questions to you folks is, I guess, if he gets to keep the fence, does that mean you guys have waived the ordinance that's in Butte-Silver Bowl on the 20 feet out that's in that paper that I just passed you guys? For building that fence back. My low fence, see-through, and it's wrote right on, 75% see-through. That was built to code by for Butte-Silver Bowl, 100%. And like I say, I've been in there since 1971 in that house. My wife passed, she's no longer here, but I'll tell you what, like I say, I knew Pat, like I say, for over 50 years I knew him. And like I say, this is a joke other than him turning around, and I think the biggest deal is he wants to move his sister in that house. Number one, they don't even use the patio in the back. They got a nice big patio back there, all closed in and everything. But we don't use that. We got the table out front. And I had to put a wood fence down the side of mine according to your code. You'll see it there, it's according to the code all the way down, and then the 20 feet open with 75% see-through. He closed it off. But in the meantime, when he did, he turned around, he leaves this space on his property, which I guess is fine, but the weeds, the grass, dandelion, everything's that tall, and there's no possible way for him to clear it. So you know where all that stuff's gonna grow? Come over to my place. And that I don't think's fair. And another thing, if you guys are gonna agree to this being done, to leave that 6-foot fence up, I guarantee You guys have just averted your zoning regulations because I built it according to your zoning regulations, signed, sealed, and inspected by your people, 100%. And that's why you see that I have the paperwork for it, is for that reason. And I want the fence tore down. And I don't harass them, I never, they turn around and harass me, and they harass the neighbor up in the next block horribly. When they lost their father, I turned around, I never said one word to Tony, Bonnie, or Wendy when they parked out in front of my house and everything else. And with a restraining order, there is a variance for how many feet. I never said one word about them parking there or anything else. And it really burns me that they are turned around and singling me out. Like I say, I have all the documentation. I do have some other stuff which I will not present now because due to the fact I want to see what you guys decide. Whether the fence stays there or not, that's 6 foot. And by the way, he loves to water it real loud. Oh yeah, you ever hear steel with water hose against it? He's got a piece that's 20 feet by 30 feet in the front. But the other day he decided, he stood in there and watered the fence just so I could hear it. And I was standing out up on the corner with the neighbors in a double wide trailer and Steve. He thought it was pretty cute. I don't think it's cute. I take care of my yard very, very well. You can take pictures of it. The pictures are there. The whole works. And I don't know what's going to transpire out of this, but I know if you guys turn around and that 6 foot fence stays there, there's brand new construction down on the 2100 block on that picture that was just built to code by Silverboe County. And that means if you guys are changing it, let me know. I need to know. I really do. That's why I'm here. And it's whatever you guys wish to do with me. But I don't harass him or anything else. But that family has cost me almost $10,000 in lawyer fees. And I mean, I'd be more than glad if you want to see my lawyer card and you can talk to her personally. I have it right here.
That won't be necessary, sir.
Well, I'm just saying, I had to go. It's really sad when a guy's retired and has to go to court because of that kind of stuff. And the biggest thing was, and I will verify this 100% in writing right here in front of all of you, the manager out at Walmart will back me 100%. He never told me to leave. The second time she accosted me at the register, I went over to the layaway. I had him call the manager up. He come up and we talked. And I told him very nicely, very polite, I says, will you please call 2 police officers down here, have me escorted off your property because I want to own Walmart. I have serviced out there for ever since the Walmart's been built. I've never been harassed. I've never been picked up for stealing or anything else because I don't do that. And I was accused and I was stalked in that store. And that's 100% illegal, what she was doing. And I do have it documented and I do have videos on it. So it's however you guys wish to do it because it's in your ballpark.
Okay, thank you, sir. Is there anybody else who would care to speak in opposition to this application? No, ma'am. I have to find out if there's anybody else who would care to speak in opposition to this application. Okay, I have not heard anybody, so pursuant to the rules, you have an opportunity to provide rebuttal to what was said by the opponent. Yeah.
I've owned a lot of property in Butte-Silver. I've had as many as 14 houses at one time. It's quite successful at what I was doing. I'm sorry, and I apologize to all of you. This is not the way neighbors act. As for the grass that's gonna get this tall and he has to look out, all a neighbor would have to do is say, could you spray some weed killer in there? Could you spray some grass killer? I would do it. I'm not going onto his property to do it, but if he asked me to, I would take care of that. The reason that there's a space in between that fence is he caught me one day screaming at me that I cost him the $5,000 for the fence. And he says, oh, by the way, he says that fence is 6 inches on my side of the property line. I said, that's fine. I got no problem with that. When I put this in, I went 8 inches off his existing fence just so I would not be on his property. I'm sorry you're involved in a dispute that shouldn't be there. But like I said, the sole reason for that fence, and it's not to make anybody angry, and my dad quit using the back porch that he mentioned because at the one time there was just a small chain link fence there. So he quit going out on his back porch to enjoy there because of the harassment. When we put the picnic table out there, he thought it'd be all right there in front. It started right away. I'd have wished I'd have done it when he was alive, but so he could have enjoyed the yard. It is a small yard, but there's brand new sod out there on one side. The other side was supposed to be sodded last fall when my dad went into hospice care. It will be sodded this spring or summer or whenever we get whatever some weather. It's a nice little area. It's relaxing to be out there in the sunshine, and I do enjoy it, and so do the members of my family. So, like I say, I apologize that you're in the middle of a dispute. And like I said before, and I will reiterate this, I realize that fence is not an answer for mental illness, but it does give us that separation. So, thank you very much.
Thank you. No, sir, we've heard enough testimony. The public portion of the meeting is now concluded, and we'll proceed to board discussion. Any thoughts about this one?
If I can figure out how to turn this on. I guess the part I'm struggling with the most on this, and probably potentially the one we just did, is I feel like we're being pulled into civil cases, which I don't know that that's our role. So, I mean, we can approve or deny the fence, you know, at face value, but you know, we're hearing testimony on, you know, fights between neighbors that I don't think we're qualified to make those decisions.
No, nor under the code and the statutes are we expected to.
Yeah. So that's what I'm struggling with.
Mm-hmm. Any other thoughts or comments?
I'm not a big fan of 6-foot fences. Especially in front yards, I don't think they're great. I don't think they add any aesthetic, any safety, anything really. But I think in these situations, there's a time and a place for them. There's obviously some bad blood between these neighbors. I have no idea what's going on at Walmart or why, but I don't care either. But if we have a situation where people can't even be in their property without a neighbor attacking them or verbally attacking them or whatever, I just don't feel like that's fair to them either. But I also don't feel that it's fair to Mr. Frederickson to have this fence built there either. That being said, I don't see any way that this situation resolves itself. This talk of death threats and all of that is insane and crazy and scary. And I guess where I'm coming from is maybe if we have a fence and they can't see each other as much as they used to, maybe that calms that down somewhat. I don't know, but to to not be able to even use your front yard because your neighbor doesn't want you to, or you did, or something happened at Walmart, is not a situation that any private property owner should be in. And I guess that's where I'm kind of coming down on this, is there's safety, security, privacy, and protection from an aggressive neighbor, I think warrants this in some fashion.
Okay, any other thoughts or comments? Does anybody care to make a motion with regard to this matter?
Yeah, why not? I'll make a motion, we approve variance 24-5. Probably need a second, if someone wants to, or make another motion.
I'll second the motion.
Thank you. All 5 votes are for the motion, so that means that the application has been approved, and you'll be receiving a letter from the planning staff to that effect.
So in other words, he gets to keep the fence up.
That's correct, sir.
Okay, so what do I do to go out in my own yard?
Mr. Chairman, we should discuss the appeal process.
If you want to file an action with district court, you can do that. The appeal would have to be filed tomorrow. And then within 10 days, I mean, the appeal would not have to be filed tomorrow, but it'd be within, I believe it's
30, I thought.
30 days.
So
Okay.
then do I
Day
come up
1
and
would
see
be
you
tomorrow.
tomorrow?
No,
Who do I see?
a lawyer.
I have a lawyer, so it's all right.
Talk it over with the lawyer.
No problem.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, I'll take care of it.
Okay, the next matter on our agenda is a variance application by Jodelle LaProuse. And you're present, ma'am?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is for variance application 24-6, and it's for 2101 Wall Street. This is an application to vary from the maximum lot coverage of Butte-Silver municipal codes to construct a 30 by 40 foot or 1,200 square foot garage, which would increase the lot coverage to 39%, varying from the maximum 35% allowed, as per section 1710-100. The applicant is proposing replacing an existing 21 by 21 or 441 square foot garage with a new 30 by 40 or 1,200 square foot garage, increasing lot coverage on a 5,450 square foot lot to 39%, varying from the maximum 35% lot coverage required for the R1 or single-family zone. Staff findings, again, are the same as in the previous reports. Here is the zoning designation for this particular property. It is in an R1 zone surrounded by all single-family. Another aerial view of the property. This is the proposed location for the new garage and where the existing garage would be demolished and replaced. Another view of the existing garage. Again, the three criteria that must be met. A variance must not be contrary to the public interest. The zoning ordinance safeguards public interest by preventing building congestion, creating uniformity within different zoning districts, and preventing uses of land that may be incompatible with or have a negative impact on surrounding property owners. The R1 zone is intended to accommodate single-family development while providing protection to property owners in the zone. The requirements of the zoning district, such as maximum lot coverage limits, are designed to achieve these goals. Garages are permitted uses, whether attached or detached, in the R1 zoning district, provided they meet all applicable zoning requirements. Lot coverage in the R1 or single-family residential is 35%. The proposed 39% lot coverage would represent over 4% exceedance of permitted lot coverage in the R1 zone. This most likely would not impact neighboring properties or alter existing neighborhood character due to the current character of the neighborhood. Allowing the replacement of a structure such as a garage for a more functional garage could reduce on-street parking demands and reduce outdoor storage in the neighborhood, which may be in the public interest. The requested variance for the maximum lot coverage limit would likely not be contrary to public interest. Most of the properties in the neighborhood are a standard 6,000 square foot lot and have off-street and garage parking. Literal enforcement of the zoning ordinance must result in unnecessary hardship owing to conditions unique to the property. The property has a hardship due to conditions unique to this property. The property is only 5,450 square feet in size, which is 550 square feet smaller than the required lot minimum, and poses a hardship preventing the placement of additional structures on the property and meeting the setback and lot coverage requirement of the R1 zone. The applicant lists their fact of hardship to be, if this lot were standard 6,000 square foot in size, the proposed garage would fit. The addition of a garage this size would only be 35% lot coverage, and there would not be the need for this variance application. The spirit of the zoning ordinance must be observed and substantial justice done. While the intent of the zoning ordinance is to restrict lot coverage in residentially zoned areas, the proposal is to construct a standard-sized residential accessory structure prevalent in the neighborhood, and literal interpretation would prevent the application from having their planned garage, which is commonly enjoyed by other neighbors. The applicant proposes varying from the maximum lot coverage of the R1 zone, given a hardship is in place justifying the need for relief for the regulation. Replacing the existing 21 by 21 square foot garage with a 30 by 40 square foot garage and exceeding the lot coverage by 4% may be a reasonable request in keeping the character of the neighborhood, as most homes in the surrounding area already have oversized detached garages, as well as lots that are standard size or exceed standard size lots. Staff believes the proposal is a standard size residential garage and is a reasonable expectation in the R1 zoning district. Literal interpretation of the requirements of the R1 zoning district would not allow the applicant to have more than 35% lot coverage unless the criteria of section 1750-30, yards and frontages, are employed. Where the developer or his or her agent can demonstrate that adjacent existing residential development on these lots within 300 feet and located within the same block or across an adjoining street or alley of the property in question exceeds the maximum prescribed lot coverage. The lot coverage on the lot in question may be increased not to exceed the average lot coverage of these lots described above. In no case, however, shall the increase in lot coverage exceed 65% of the total lot. Literal interpretation of the provisions of the chapter does deprive the applicant of rights commonly enjoyed by others in the R1 zone. Would literal interpretation of the provision of this chapter deprive the applicant of rights commonly employed by other tracts in the same district? That's a duplicate, sorry. Would improving the variance request grant the applicants any special privileges that is denied by this chapter to other land in the same zoning district? There are conditions unique to the property which make compliance with the regulations unfairly difficult. Literal interpretation of the provisions of the chapter would deprive the applicant of rights commonly enjoyed by others in the R1 zone. The conclusions and recommendations. Criteria: this application does meet the three criteria. The recommendation would be to approve the variance application based on written findings of fact and described in the staff report. Option to add conditions of approval. The alternatives would be to deny the application based on findings or continue public hearing on the application with specific direction to staff or the applicant to supply additional information or to address specific items. Thank you.
Thank you, Joella. Any board members have any questions of the staff with regard to this application? Okay, thank you. Ma'am, could you identify yourself for the record?
My name is Jodelle LaProuse. I'm the sole owner of the house.
Okay. Ma'am, would you like to add anything in addition to the staff report for consideration by the board?
It would be nice to have a garage that I could actually park my vehicles in. Right now, the vehicles kind of wrap around my property, so it would be nice to be able to actually put them in a place and have them off the street.
Okay. That seems reasonable.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Any board members have any questions of the applicant? Thank you, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
Is there anybody present that would care to speak in support of this application? Is there anybody present that would care to speak against the application? You okay? Okay. All right, thanks. Close the public portion of the meeting and open up for board discussion. This seems straightforward.
Mr. Chairman, I'm okay with this. This lady needs a nice garage. Don't
Yeah, I want her to be able to park her cars in the
Get
garage.
her a garage. Let's go home. I make a motion to approve variance 24-6.
Second.
Thank you, Stephen. Thank you, Shannon. We all agree you need a nice garage to park your vehicles, all 5 of us, and accordingly, the application is approved and you'll be receiving a letter to that effect. Thank you. Par- Send some donuts to, donuts are always appreciated. You too, good night. Does that conclude our, oh, wait a minute, we got Mr. Markovich. That was kind of a joke directed at Bill. How are you doing?
I'm doing excellent.
Okay. Yes.
All right, everybody, this is the last one. All right, this is for variance application 23-7, and it's for 43 Tranquility Lane. The proposal on this is to construct a 24-foot by 6-inch two-story garage in an R1 zone with a 4-foot side yard setback on the south property line. Maximum height of detached accessory structures in an R1 is 16 feet and shall not exceed 1 story per Butte-Silver Municipal Code 171040. A minimum side yard setback in the R1 is 5 feet. Here's the location of the current application. Here in the red is property that was just acquired by Mr. Markovich. He owns the property in the blue, and then that's split with the Kennellys that are just to the south. If you look to the northeast is the Country Club Golf Course, and then Butte-Silver property is directly to the east of that property. Another overview, this is all in an R1 zone. This is a site plan that Mr. Markovich provided for us. This here, where my cursor is the new location for the proposed garage, and this is his current residence. Some views of what the proposal for the garage will look like due to the slope of the property. They are asking for that 2nd story. This is a picture of a garage just to the northwest of the property that was granted a variance back in 2018. Their garage is, I want to say 24 feet, some inches, and also does have a 2-story inside of it. These are some pictures of the surrounding neighborhoods directly across the street from the Markoviches, directly to the south, and to the, I guess, to the west. Again, the staff findings are the same as in the other presentations. The first finding will not, that the application will not be contrary to public interest. Proposal exceeds maximum height permitted in the R1 zone by 35%. This height limit is designed to ensure uniformity of development and appearance in an R1 neighborhood, as well as limit the size of non-residential structures in neighborhoods intended primarily for single-family residents. The subject property and surrounding neighborhoods are characterized by single-family residential development. Most nearby properties contain an attached garage, and attached garages are allowed a maximum of 35 feet. Continuing with the public interest, the zoning ordinance seeks to maintain neighborhood character, and the proposal could alter character of the neighborhood and may pose nuisance to surrounding properties, as most garages in the Sunset North subdivision are attached to the primary structure and may exceed the 16 feet required of a detached garage. The 2-story garage and side yard setback may also be contrary to public interest, as they may deprive the neighbors residing to the south the typically guaranteed separation between buildings. There is 1 detached garage located in the Skunk Dog subdivision, which is separate from the Sunset North subdivision located to the northwest, that was granted a variance in 2018 to build a 2-story or 23-foot 4-inch detached garage. Unnecessary hardships. Height requirements, there appear to be no conditions unique to the property which would make complying with the height requirements of the zone unfairly difficult. The property does slope, and the slope of the lot does constitute a hardship, and due to the slope of the property, a two-story arrangement is acceptable as it is a design and accommodates the slope of a 9.5-foot slope of the lot. There's a 30-foot easement that exists between the primary structure and proposed garage location where sanitary and stormwater or storm sewer infrastructure is located. This constitutes a hardship for a side yard setback requirement. The R1 zone intends to allow property owners to have a single-family home and accessory outbuildings, such as sheds, attached and detached garages. One detached structure is permitted and there is no limit to the square footage. There is a 35% lot coverage maximum in the R1 zone, and the existing house and proposed garage would cover only 10% of this property in question. Spirit of the zoning ordinance observed. The proposed variance would not maintain the spirit of the zoning ordinance, as the requested 35% exceedance of maximum height limits would contradict the intent of the ordinance to limit the size of detached accessory structures. This height maximum is applied to all property owners in the R1 zoning district and may only be overridden when conditions unique to the property prohibit the same reasonable use of the property as others in the zone. This is a map of the comprehensive plan. Here we have the suburban mix, open lands, and this property falls into the contemporary neighborhood. The parcel is located within the contemporary neighborhood place type. This primarily serves the residential needs of urban areas. The primary use is generally single-family residential housing, but contemporary neighborhoods also provide the opportunity for higher density housing where appropriate and include resident scale development in large lots, rural parts of the county. Given the size and scale of the existing homes in this district, may warrant consideration of a variance to ensure the size, massing, and scale of the new construction in the area coincides and complements the size, massing, and scale of other structures within the area. Would literal interpretation of the provision of this chapter deprive the applicant of rights commonly enjoyed by other tracts in the same district? No. In this case, adhering to the height regulations does not limit reasonable use of the property and would not prevent the applicants from constructing a detached garage or additional storage space on the property. However, due to the size of the lot and the location of the garage on the lot, the height of the garage most likely would not have an impact on public health or safety and would not affect the views of the surrounding neighbors. Would approving the variance request grant the applicants any special privileges that is denied by this chapter to other land in the same zoning district? There are no unique conditions related to the property which make compliance with the regulations unfairly difficult. Building height limits are enforced continually during the concurrent building permits and zoning review process. This very request has been denied to many applicants in the very recent past who adjusted their permit application to meet zoning requirements. Therefore, granting this variance request would be offering special privileges to one property owner, which is denied to others in the same district. The conditions unique to the property are the 9.5-foot slope where the garage would be located, making it difficult to achieve a single-level garage, and the 30-foot easement to the north of the proposed garage, which would likely make it difficult to meet the side yard setback to the south of the proposed garage. The criteria that was met, one of three criteria were met. The recommendation would be to deny the variance application based on written findings of fact as described in the staff report, or the alternatives to approve the application based on findings of compliance with the criteria, with options to add conditions of approval or continue the public hearing on the application with specific direction to staff or the applicant to supply additional information or address specific items. Thank you.
Thank you, Joella. Any board members have any questions of the staff? Thank you. Bill, could you state your name for the record, please?
Yes, Bill Markovich. My wife Sydney and I in the back of the room, and I own the residence and are the applicants. thank you for all your time at this late evening hour, okay? I will try and keep my comments as brief as possible. In the staff report, immediately following my picture of my home, is the first note of the variance that was granted in 2018. And that was based on the code was based, quoted as 17-10-040. 17-10-040 is exactly what we all comply with on height restrictions, okay? Very simple part of the code. Building height limits shall be 2 1/2 stories, not to exceed 35 feet in height, and no accessory structure shall exceed 1 story of the following height limits: hip and gable roof 16 feet maximum, gable roof 14 feet maximum, flat roof 14 feet maximum. And at the bottom, it was put into effect in 1978 and 1980. It's been in place for 40 years. Building houses, building custom homes has changed in those 40 years. The vehicles we put in those garages, okay, my Suburban with my ski rack on it and skis doesn't fit into the typical 7'6" door 4 decades ago, okay? So the variance was granted. The variance was granted to the property that shares my north boundary line. We are immediate boundary line sharers. I'm looking for the variance for the immediate boundary line to my south. I believe the Canadians sent the letter. Okay, does the staff have that letter?
We received the letter. That's
And
part
Mr.
of our
Harrington,
record, Bill.
Okay, the most recent contractor built immediately across the street from us with a 9-foot garage door, okay? So the neighborhood bears, it's so noted that the neighborhood bears construction larger in size. You know, that's true. The scale of the neighborhood is not based on a 19 or 40-year-old design. This is the garage I'm attempting to build, okay? It's 1 story. I take exception with the 2-story classification because it's 1 floor. That little window is a design element, it's fake. There is no attic, okay? It's 1 floor with a lower space, a story space. I can eliminate the lower story space, which was the original design, put in a 10-foot cement wall, fill it, pour my slab, okay? Instead, we are putting a finished wall all the way down, as noted, okay? 2 sides of that lower level are buried in the ground, okay? When you have a home, and it's a 1-story home, and you have the basement, it's a 1-story house, it's not a 2, okay? When you have a garage, and you have a basement, and it's daylighted, you know, that 2-story classification is a reason to deny it, okay? I question the 2-story classification. So, there is noted that in the spirit of the ordinance, this was the report, if I may present, to the variance on my north side in 2018. That variance on page 3 states, would not be contrary to the spirit of the zoning ordinance, a quote, okay? And so they passed this already. And the height maximum is applied to all property owners in R1 zones, districts, and may only be overburdened with conditions unique to the property, prohibit the same reason for property used in all zones. I can lower the garage, okay? And if I lower it to the limit of 16 feet, I will be the lowest garage in my neighborhood by 30%, okay? I will look like a wart, okay? And location 2 on page 9 under the spirit is, it notes, however, a variance has been provided to a detached accessory structure exceeding the required minimum height as recently as 2018. It's the second time it's been mentioned in the report. Continue on to the next page, when considering if substantial justice has been done, in this case, adhering to the height regulations does not limit reasonable use of the property and would not prevent application from constructing a detached garage. That's true. But at 16 feet, I will be the shortest structure in my subdivision by 1/3, okay? There are no structures at 16 feet. There are no height roofs at that elevation. I will look, I couldn't do it to my neighbors, okay? It will destroy their property values, but it will be the exact same use inside that garage, okay? It has been noted on that same page that granting this variance request would be offering special privilege to one property owner which is denied to others in the same district. And the very next sentence it says, however, it should be noted that in this very neighborhood, a parcel to the northwest was granted a variance to construct a 23-foot, 4-inch detached two-story garage in 2018. You know, we're giveth and we're taking it away. I can build, I can't destroy my neighborhood with a silly little garage, okay? I just can't. And it's the character of the neighborhood. On the conclusion, again, it's noted approval of this variance would be granting special privileges to one property owner, which is denied to all others in the R1 zone district. Therefore, this proposal does not qualify for approval of a variance. That's a false statement, okay? Because we already have a variance on my north property line, okay? It's, you know, I want to build a quality project. I don't want to take advantage of anybody. I don't want to put a lousy project up. This is a misjustice if I build a silly little garage to my neighbors in my neighborhood, okay? It wouldn't be fair to them. You know, it's my neighborhood. It's got some uniqueness. It's got a lot of qualities. People work very hard for what they have in that neighborhood, okay? And they take very good care of it. I couldn't possibly build something that didn't match the neighborhood. This design, and my architect will step up next, matches my house to the T. It's the third design. We paid attention to this process, okay, to build a quality structure. It's my goal to have a quality structure. You know, it's like an old-fashioned carriage house, but they all used to have second floors to store all the tack. We're going to have the storage, but it's going to be in the basement, you know, on the backside. That ground that was open space on the print from Butte-Silver, I donated that ground, okay? That was my deeded dirt. I donated it off as open space to protect that entire subdivision. I'm not going to trash it now. I appreciate your time. I appreciate all the work that's gone into this, and thank you very much.
Excuse me, Bill. Do any board members have any questions of the applicant? Thank you, Bill.
Thank you.
Yes, you may. Come on up, Steve, and identify yourself.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Chairman and Farmer Board, I'm Stephen Hennick. I'm an architect here in town. I reside at 100 East Broadway. When Bill came to me to design a garage for him, he said, I'd like it to coincide with the aesthetic of my home. And it's an interesting project because his home has a very steep roof. It's a sort of chateau style, if you will. And I tried to match that up with this design. The primary roof is a 12 and 12 to match the existing house. We're using the same materials that were featured on the home. There's a shake siding as well as a shake roof. We're using a fieldstone for the exterior retaining wall, and it matches quite nicely. It's actually quite a piece, an interesting piece of architecture in the sense that it reflects the home, yet it stands on its own as a piece of architecture. That long wall is part of the idea of on our south property line, because we don't really want to slope into the neighbor's property. We're doing a retaining wall to hold up the driveway into this garage. As was stated, the lot slopes about 9 feet to the backside of the garage. And the idea of trying to just backfill and put a concrete foundation starting from the existing grade up is kind of superfluous in this instance. If indeed it was a steeper slope and closer to the street, it might fare well that way. These little dormers, et cetera, that are coming out are aesthetic. They match up with the house. On that south wall, I've got some arches to represent a type of construction that is being illustrated in the home. The downstairs really is wood framed with wood trusses. There will be a 3-inch concrete slab on the garage itself. The use of the downstairs was primarily somewhere to put his lawn equipment. I like the idea of it having a separate garage for several reasons. One is safety. You get a lot of cars and things in a garage. It's better to have it separated for safety reasons as well. I really think this is a great addition to this neighborhood. Scale, massing, and attitude, I think, is cohesive with the rest of the neighborhood, and I would propose that this is a great addition, and we would ask for your acceptance of a variance for it. Thank you. I would answer any questions if you had.
Any board members have any questions of Mr. Hennick?
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody present that would care to speak in support of this application? Mrs. Markovich? Would you identify yourself, please, for the record?
Hi, I'm Sydney Markovich, the other half. When we started to talk about the concept of building a garage, the one thing that I said is we cannot build a garage that doesn't match our house because it won't work with the neighbors. They'll all be mad at us. And with this design, we were really happy with it. It was never our intention to ask for special treatment. All we wanted to do was build something that matched our house. And we thought we were kind of copying what Trish and Zeke had done with their property immediately to the northwest. We are not intending to do anything but comply with what needs to be done. We've tried every trick that we could think of by using Steve to come up with designs that would be easier, very honestly, to build and very honestly easier to get through the building permit process, and we failed to do so. So we're here tonight to ask you to help us build our garage. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Is there anybody present that would care to speak in opposition to the application for the record? Hearing nobody, I'll close the public portion of the meeting and open it for board discussion.
Mr. Chairman, this is a pretty refreshing case after the last couple, to be honest. We have the opportunity tonight to prevent Bill and Sid's neighbors from hating them by letting them build this garage, and then we will never have to have them here to build a 6-foot fence in their front yard.
Yeah, that should be a condition, no 6-foot fences for you.
We're gonna prevent a lot of problems, we're gonna save a lot of time. Judge Kilmer is not coming to this one.
No.
We're gonna be good, so. I know we have reservations about garages like this. We've told people no before. In fact, we've done it recently. That being said, I think the design of this helps in that regard. It isn't protruding 30 feet higher than anything else around it, like some of the ones we've seen lately. It does fit with the neighborhood. I saw my name on that agenda that went around on the one we approved in 2018. I don't recall it, but someone approved it. That being said, I don't see any problem with this. I just don't. It's gonna fit with the neighborhood. That is a very nice neighborhood. It's not gonna stand out. I think Mr. Markovich's argument that it would really stand out if we did it to our current codes holds a lot of water. So I'm totally in favor of it. But if anyone else would like to say anything.
Yeah, we should hear other comments of board members.
Yeah,
care to
I'll-
make them?
Yep. Yeah, I actually agree with Tyler. I think this, you know, the stature of that neighborhood and the stature of the houses, this matches that very well. You know, for clarifications, the ones we have denied in the past recently didn't fit with the neighborhood and they stood out, so it wasn't as cut and dry in my opinion. And just a side comment is, that's flippin' gorgeous. I like it.
In my neighborhood, they'd call that a castle.
Yeah, mine too.
A castle? Okay. Well, does anybody else want to offer any comments? Or are we prepared to make a motion?
I'll make a motion, we approve variance 24-7.
I'll second that.
Thank you, Shona. Thank you, Stephen. All 5 votes are for the motion, so your application has been approved, and you will be receiving a letter from the planning staff to that effect.
Good luck, guys. Yeah, I was just thinking, I might just go drink.